Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the land of Sunder Crowns, the village of Pineward in the foothills of the Agranon Peaks, specifically Solvitra Mountain, where atop the peak of which the party believes the celestial observatory of the lost dwarven outpost of Kars Barazad can be found. In this place, you believe, or you have been told, that you will be able to find a powerful tool that the dwarves built long ago to commune with the outer planes. Wanderer hopes to use this tool to divine the answers to some questions he has had throughout, as far as anyone knows, the entirety of the campaign since he joined the group, all the way back in Aldwell. Having arrived in Pineward the day before, the party thoroughly impressed the locals with a performance speaking of the importance of their deeds to date and their errand up the peak. And in the kind of celebration that followed this show and the kind of impromptu party that it generated among the townsfolk, the group was warned of several things. Firstly, that there were no tracks or navigable trails for their wagon heading further up the peaks, and indeed most of their horses would prove would make very, very hard going before they ever even breached the tree line, let alone above it. And also, they were warned that once they had gotten above the tree line into the snowy upper peaks of Solvitra, there are local legends of a creature who loathes flame and light. With these warnings, the party was given as thanks for their patronage of the town, the show that they had given, and especially the generosity that Uther showed with his coin, the use of one of their timber drying sheds for as long as may be necessary for them to complete their work up the mountain, as stabling for their wagon, horses, and, quite importantly, Valco as well. The party has bedded down for the night in Pineward, left much to their own devices. And as the new day dawns, the cock crows outside. The sounds of a frontier town beginning its day can be heard through the walls outside you as people awaken and begin going about their business. The early risers and lumberjacks heading out to begin their day's work. But as for the party itself, what are you guys up to?
Naira's choosing spells.
The familiar sight of Naira hitting her books whilst her hair is braided and tended by an unseen servant.
Yeah, like he does every morning, because I can make this shit up now. The Midnight is like kind of out there, like he's picked a spot out in the open, and he's just kind of working through sword forms, kind of like a calisthenics type thing.
Or kata.
Yeah.
Okay. You are like the spectacle draws like a great deal of curiosity from the townsfolk. Again, like you get the impression that you and Naira are almost certainly the first tabaxi that the vast majority of them have seen, and especially the sight of you going through a martial form as you are. You know, most of them also most certainly do not have anything that could be called formal training in sword play or anything of that sort. So you do quickly draw a small crowd as you practice. But unless you engage with them, they seem content to watch.
The only thing I'll do is, like, out of the corner of my eye, I can see one of the, like, children has picked up a stick and is like copying me, and like without looking at him, I'll just or her without looking at them, I will just say, hold it a little higher, and just kind of walk them through it.
Okay. Wanderer, are you still staring resolutely at the point in the mountain's heart where you can sense Karazbarazad?
Question.
Indeed.
So, follow me on this one, right? It's a bit of a journey. So, the only reason a long rest ends concentration is because it puts you unconscious, which in turn makes you incapacitated.
Mm-hmm.
If Wander doesn't sleep, can he concentrate on a spell through a long rest? Because
Let me
Find the
look up-
Path is 24 hours, and it's a concentration spell. So if it stays up the next morning, I'm not going to cast it again.
Let me just quickly check what it says for Warforged.
I tried looking it up, and I was like, well, the first link didn't answer my question. Go to DM.
In an inactive, motionless state, rather than you appear inert, but it doesn't render you unconscious.
He becomes a refrigerator. We have discussed this.
You open up his chest plate, and there's just like beers
And so much fire.
and milk.
I was gonna say a chug of milk.
It's like always cold.
So, though you are not unconscious, you are inert. You can hear and see normally, but any kind of activity interrupts that. And I will say that concentrating on a spell will count as activity for that purpose.
Okay.
So, no, you would not be able to maintain concentration during.
Then in that case, no, he's not watching the same spot.
Okay. What is he up to?
He is holding. He's actually not in like a ye old refrigerator printer move. He is sitting cross-legged with Flamebearer in his lap, having finished his rest, and just kind of holding it with left hand on the grip and then right hand on the rest of it, looking at the symbol that he's carved into it before flipping the position so that he's holding it in his right hand and looking at the other symbol. I'm just changing that every few minutes.
So he's somewhat sitting like Lorium does when he's meditating?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay. Lorium, how about yourself?
He's doing just that. He is meditating on the glaive. Just focusing energies towards the new day and hoping, well, if we get attacked by a big thing on the mountain looking for light, let's hope it's a good fight. It wasn't meant to rhyme.
No, all of his prayers rhyme. He just never says them out loud. He didn't deny it. It's canon.
Nope. Nope. You waited too long.
Okay.
I don't like that a roll was made right after that.
Don't worry about it.
Midnight, what is your passive perception?
Oh, give me a second. I want to say it's like a 17 or something. 17.
Please have one of the kids steal from him.
They want more money.
Okay. 1 second.
Oh. That made a funny sound effect.
It did, didn't it? Midnight, as you are practicing your sword kata, Naira kind of comes out and starts sort of engaging with the kids a little bit. What do you do, Naira?
I'm actually out there just entertaining them with more stories of our adventures. I'm taken after Uther in that way. And at one point, I probably actually rope Midnight in to helping me act out things, and I'm just like, I know you weren't there, but you're the dragon. Stand like this. Okay. So it's a big ass dragon. Oh, I'm sorry. And stuff like that, and like positioning him, and I'm like, be like rawr, rawr, and then and just stupid stuff like that.
Oh yeah, Midnight definitely goes along. Like, I imagine when we were like little in Murdoch's house, she would have me do this all the time to act out things. And I'm so used to playing the dragon or whatever other thing she needs to beat up on. Not for real, but like, you know what I mean.
Okay.
Very for real.
Okay, yeah, the kids seem very highly enthralled. With a 28, they're all incredibly enthralled with the performance as usual. Even some of the adults stop their morning routine and come over, having a little chuckle at the sort of kiddie version of the events of last night that Naira seems to be telling. As you kind of spin around and jump back and forth as the dragon and everything, you hear a lot of them just laughing at the tale that's being told, and very much everybody seems to be finding this sort of repeat performance very, very funny. Okay, and last but not least, Uther, what are you doing as your wife finishes her morning routine and goes out to join her brother?
This morning I actually think it's a little bit more kind of small town hamlet feel. I would just take a little bit wandering kind of away from everyone. And Uther would spend the morning just kind of playing music. But his morning would be more him and prayer, as he hasn't really had a moment being under the mines and everything to himself. So he would just take a moment to do the Kellenvor thanking for, getting Magnus there and then everyone out and all of the things that had happened, and that apparently a wish spell had gone off and he was still with Naira somehow. So he's just going to take that in the morning and then rejoin. Kind of that past breakfast as he was doing a morning fast.
Okay. Once he sees that you guys are up and about, Ruskit, the mill owner, actually does kind of comes over, as you guys all start to come out and sort of gather around, and he's like, "Oh, good day, well, good morning, I trust you all slept well. I imagine you are used to more comfortable accommodations, but, well, I think it is dry and warm, if nothing else."
He just
kind of comes up to the group and was saying that to you guys, out in the front of the shed.
Oh, my apologies. My head was in my prayers from this morning. A very excellent morning. I think we're all preparing to head up towards, that point we talked about in the story last night. But you'll be more than capable of making sure our steeds get taken care of.
Oh, of course, yes. While we have not such fine animals ourselves, we, obviously we have mounts of our own that we use for pulling timber and the like. We can look after them, certainly, monsieur. Yes. And well, I suppose all of that is left for me to do is to wish you all, the fondest of farewells and the best of luck in your ascent. Cardinals or pillars watch over you.
And he'll just lean forward and go, as you can see of all the things we've been able to accomplish, just keep your eye out. Stay frosty for the next till we return. Just take note of anything people coming through you don't recognize and the like. Just
Or
to make
ogres.
sure.
He kind of glances up at the snow-capped peaks that are rising above you guys. And, staying frosty will not be difficult, my friend, but yes, I shall ensure that our hunters keep an extra wary eye out. Have no fear.
Just give him a wink and then a handshake. And because everyone likes Electrum, I'll give him 2 Electrum.
He kind of thanks you again, and like shakes your hand very firmly again as you pass him the coin, pockets them, and just goes, "Thank you, messieurs. Again, if well, we have little else to give you but our prayers, but they are with you."
Hell, I'll take him. As he gives him a grin. Then we're off. We'll see you in not too long, I do hope.
That was the last time they ever met.
And Ruska goes, "I certainly hope so. Well, as I said, I hope that we see you again here in just a matter of a few weeks, but rest assured, however long it takes, your steed, your wagon, they will be safe with us."
And just, it comes to mind just right before we part, I probably should have brought it up earlier. Do you happen to have, like, some pancake mix? Just some ground up. I would just like to take it up, you know, in case we have to fry something up while we're out there real quick. It would be mwah.
He goes, well, I mean, yes, we have some flour and leavening powder and the like. That certainly, the trader is, well, I mean, we have nothing that would be really, I am certain you would describe as a trader, but any household, I'm certain, would be willing to barter with you.
As he'll just give them that kind of raised eyebrow where you definitely see where he's noble, and he just goes, "Oh yeah, go do that for me real quick. Go grab me some. You're the miller."
Yeah, certainly, monsieur. Yes, certainly. And he kind of follows off.
The ego popped out there from Uther.
He runs off, but then you immediately see, like, he is also used to kind of being a big fish in a small pond, and as soon as he's kind of out of your immediate presence, he just goes, "Armand, come here." Armand goes running off.
Compartmentalization. Come on now.
Yes.
That's how the military works.
Yep.
Midnight, while all this is going down, you are seeing kind of the kids around you. Again, like, you've still got this big audience of kids that all are kind of watching you and everything. And as you're watching Uther have this conversation, you actually don't notice, with your passive perception, one of them coming up behind you and just quickly yanking on your tail before just booking it in the opposite direction, laughing hilariously.
Do I see that?
You all see that.
Oh, I'm
Can I-
losing it.
Can I make a reaction to grab the kid?
Go ahead and roll an initiative.
Can I make a reaction to smack him?
Smack the kid. Yeah, do it.
I'm not gonna smack the kid. Oh, it says there's no combat encounter, so we'll
Oh, well, just give me a dex check then.
Oh boy.
So yes, they rolled a 6. So yes, you are able to respond before you're able to react before they get like out of arm's reach.
Bart and Homer in.
I'm just like, no. First off,
While he's
don't
focusing
touch
on the kid,
tail.
I'm going to yank his tail.
It's a lot harder than the kid did. Like a lot.
Yeah.
The kid is just
Really
like
rolling.
wiggling in your hand, just like cackling as though this is the funniest thing.
You should check your bag.
Hey, come on. What? I let the kid go, and I'm like, what the fuck did you do, Lorium?
I didn't do shit, bitch. he's gonna raise up
I'm gonna
his...
anti-check. I don't believe a word you say.
He's gonna get a nice gleamy point of his full dragon plate. He's gonna let him like see in a mirror.
The giggles that you hear, by the way, Naira is clutching her sides and just absolutely rolling. And when you said What did you do, Lorium? She lost it, like tears streaming down her
And with
eyes.
a 26 insight, you pick up on that particular trigger.
He just stops, looks at Lorium, and like turns so he can see what's on his back. Which I assume is like a sign that says "pull my fucking tail."
In a curly, illusory script on your cloak, it says, "Pull my tail."
As you feel a pull at your tail.
This one's a little bit more sensual. It's weird.
This one has coconut oil on it.
P.S. Naira is absolutely ready to run as soon as. Like, she's gonna snap from giggling to sprinting.
Hold person.
Midnight bolts after you, and I will bonus action dash and dash, so 90 feet.
That's cool. I'm gonna also dash
You're
and
like
sprint.
20,000 feet.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there going,
Damn.
To you, Naira.
"No way!"
I'll absolutely fucking hit you with the hold person as you turn around to run.
That'll make a wisdom saving throw.
This is not gonna work.
It might. I have the lowest save DC of the party.
No.
You turn.
And falls.
Midnight will get up to her and like skid to a stop, and then look back at Lorium and say, "It's no fun if she doesn't run."
She's gonna fly any moment now. And I'll drop it.
And Naira's hackles have actually gone up a little bit, and she is looking at you, and she goes, "I will remember that, sir."
Do it.
No, he'll just Midnight will turn to his sister and just say, "That was a good one. I will give you that. Revenge will come when you least expect it." And then quietly, so only she can hear, "We could team up against him."
That sounds like a way to set me up for failure and get your revenge.
Man, I can hit so much by just spinning around in a circle. Like multiple things at once. Spin to win.
Okay, well, the offer is out there. And then he'll head towards the group, where he will like stare daggers at Uther, because I know it was you and your fucking mage hand.
Okay. As this spectacle kind of dies down, Rusket arrives with a couple of sacks that he sort of hands over to Uther. He says, "Here, monsieur, some dried honey mixed in with, as I said, the flour and leavening powder. It should just a little bit of oil and water, and well, some melted snow certainly, and it will be right as rain. Some very tasty little cakes."
Wondrous. You truly seem to be the master of this place. Thank you kindly.
One does one's best. Kind of preens a little, and that is the equivalent of 4 rations.
Perfect. We're having pancakes.
Making bacon
Honey.
pancakes. Making bacon pancakes.
Pack it into my bag and then turn to the group and just go, "So we're off then." Wander, I guess start leading us the way.
I mean, Naira knows it better than Wander at this point, yeah?
The path.
Don't say it. Don't say it. I don't think so.
the best at seeing traps and things, and that's why I kind of want you looking at things.
Really just hitting with it. Don't say it. Don't think it.
I mean, okay.
Okay.
To the front
Nara,
door.
please do give me a. I mean, and like, how are you trying to kind of pathfind at this point? Wander, I will say you do know, like, you kind of do have a memory of the path that was being pointed. Certainly for the kind of immediate path that was being presented to you. You don't have the full kind of GPS route anymore because you're not actively concentrating on it anymore. But you do sort of remember the kind of general that it was pointing you from Pine Ward. But beyond that, obviously checks would be required.
Was there like a road or a path? Because I feel like at this point my cartography skills would not help. This seems like it would be more survival.
Survival checks will be necessary. Your cartography skills could assist in at least kind of pointing the way, because you do recall that, as I said, you have a very, as in like to within feet, kind of fixed location on the Celestial Observatory itself. And so based on kind of landmarks and other peaks that you can see, and if you were able to properly identify them, you would be able to say, okay, where you want to go there. And then a survival check can find the best route to there.
Okay. Sorry. My dog just farted so bad it's making my eyes water.
Oh, dude.
Because like, they gave me cheese. It was the best.
Hi. So what do you need from me?
Cartography tools check, please.
Okay.
And if you want to take a minute, like, go get
A fan?
some air freshener or something, or yeah, like a fan or something.
And it's on, and it's not helping.
It makes it worse.
Circulating it.
22. Okay, yeah. You are very precisely able to identify a number of the nearby landmarks, like looking at the relative heights of some of the nearby peaks, and cross-referencing them with the notes that you took from Baranor's location, the location information that Baranor gave you, and you are able to very, very precisely kind of point to a spot on the upper peaks where you believe the Celestial Observatory is located. So with that, I will say, Midnight, please go ahead, and I assume that Midnight is taking the lead in terms of the survival aspect, or...
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Then Midnight, you may roll with advantage.
Nice.
Very nice.
Okay. And yeah, Midnight, you believe that you kind of looking at the lower slopes, obviously the ascent that is ahead of you is going to be a several day ordeal, at the very least. But with the lower slopes that you are on right now, where you haven't quite broken the tree line, and the worst of the snow at least is still far, far ahead. You believe you have a very good lay of the land and a very clear idea of the path that you will need to follow in order to avoid the worst of the natural obstacles that the mountain may present to you on this initial portion. And so, you begin to climb. The people of Pine Ward watch you leave. Valco and Sunshine somewhat wistfully kind of staying behind with the rest of your mounts. Valco somewhat comforted at your absence by the hordes of increasingly curious children that are starting to become more and more comfortable in his presence. But they all wish you well. As you are leaving out of the kind of northern gate of the palisade, Several of their kind of hunters and woodcutters are also on that same road and accompany you briefly before splitting off to their own errands. But with Pine Ward behind you, what has been something of a sort of rough and ready journey already as you travel through the foothills with very little in the way of what you would call a road, but still with decent enough trails that your wagon was able to traverse. Those quickly, very quickly, become a thing of the past. For the first hour or so, there are some tracks that your wagon could potentially have traversed. You get the impression that these may be timber tracks that the inhabitants of Pine Ward potentially drag fallen logs or felled trees and the like back to the mill for processing from their work on the lower slopes. But very quickly, even these peter out into just small game trails and false passes. Nothing that suggests any kind of civilized traffic or anything like that. The trees close behind you, becoming denser and denser, and very quickly, any sight of Pine Ward, even the smoke from its chimneys, is long gone. Over the next several hours and into the afternoon of your first day of travel, the ground becomes increasingly uneven, marked by rocky outcrops and streams that are, you assume from their clarity and the teeth-aching cold of their currents, are most likely meltwater as the summer sun struggles to push back the snow on the upper slopes. You continue on, and every now and again the breaks in the trees give you sights of that same sun reflecting off the glaciers on the upper peaks, giving this quite impressive light show that Naira, you would know, is the reason that Solvitar has the name that it does, meaning sun. Sunblood.
Say that one more time.
Sunblood, Solvitra. It is named for the many glaciers on its peaks or on its slopes that in the spring and summer months give quite the light show of reflected sunlight. Particularly, you have noticed in the morning and evenings.
Which is something I go into great, incredible detail about.
Though the going is arduous, especially by comparison to most of the traveling that you have done, it is at this point still mostly hiking, though you do see portions of the mountain and slopes around you that would have required certainly mountaineering in truth. Climbing that would require a great deal of equipment for some of you at least. With Midnight's unerring instinct for the easiest path, you are able to make pretty good going of it through the first day. There are obviously sights and sounds around you that for most travelers would be concerning. The distant sight of giant birds, the howl and growling of wolves echoing off the crags around you. Other rumblings and roars in the distance that could speak of creatures that would, as I said, for perhaps some travelers give them pause and present a real danger, but certainly not to the lions of the Harashkan coast. And so, even if you were to get into a confrontation with one of these, it's not worth mentioning and certainly not worth rolling initiative for. Suffice to say, your first day passes without anything that you at least would consider an event. What kind of preparations, what setup are you guys going to be making for night after your first day? Or as you travel, I suppose I should say.
Has the temperature started to go down any?
Not just yet. It's gotten like you're aware that you're kind of not on the plains anymore, but it's not. After one day of travel, it's not quite at the point where it's starting to get truly cold yet. You're not at the snow line.
Okay, cool. Not time for the warm shit yet.
Uther, you've still got that brilliant little hut that you make, right? Where you can make it nice and warm on the inside.
But of course, yes. That could make it much nicer around here.
Okay, Leoman's tiny hut it is.
Yep, as he'll go, alright, you guys know the drill. As then he'll get everyone to cut around and start playing through the 10-minute song of the ritual of the hut. And then I would make this very much that, kind of snowy, but snowy fog gray kind of color. And then...
Okay.
Is it block? It blocks light, right? Like from the inside.
It's opaque.
Yes.
Yeah. It is translucent though, so you can see out of it if I recall correctly. Yes.
Yes. It's it's essentially like tinted windows, you know what I mean? So it's like there is some less light coming through, it makes it dim within.
But yes, but the inside is explicitly dry and comfortable in terms of temperature. And without the horses that you are accustomed to sharing the space with, it seems downright roomy.
Man, we should get rid of the horses in Valco more often.
Whoa.
I've got the chance.
Valco doubles as a lovely bed.
For you.
Yep.
He's like,
Meanwhile,
accurate.
Sunshine's like a guardian Rottweiler. She'll curl up next to you.
She also growls in her sleep. We don't have to deal with pets snoring right
God.
now.
Honestly, no, that is 100% canon now. I love the idea of Sunshine just
Yeah, and someone's like, "Oh my God, is she mad?" And he's just like, "No, that's just how she snores.
She's having fun.
She don't bite. She don't bite."
Yeah, she do.
Said about
Yeah, she do.
said about
You
Cupcake
go.
as Cupcake Goose charging at the children.
Oh yeah, he lied. I'm totally gonna bite you.
And so, with good progress on the first day, you awaken, looking forward, thinking potentially that this ascent may not be as troublesome as you were led to believe in your conversations with Baron Or.
Oh.
It might be just because he's short.
Yeah, dwarves probably have a harder time getting around mountains, huh?
Well, I assume he's got farther to go.
Say that to his face.
I can do that. I'll do it. Fuck it.
As you look ahead to your second day, the trees around you are noticeably thinner than they were around Pineward. Scattered copses rather than the dense covering forest that you had become used to. The slopes above you look barer and barer, brown and grey rock, climbing up to the slate cold and then shimmering white of the glaciers and snows. Naira, please give me another cartography tools check. The DC on this one is significantly lower because you performed so well last time. And you still have, you believe, a pretty good fix based on how clearly Midnight was able to find the path.
For the purpose... And?
Oh, I was just going to say, now that you said that, I am going to roll a 3.
For the purposes of, player reference, are these mountains comparable to, Everest, or are they, like lower?
Like a Mount Fuji.
Just for my own like image.
No, they are they're not certainly not quite Everest, but they are like the Alps, definitely.
Okay.
They are they are pretty serious. Like the Appalachians. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay, so it's
they
a bit of up
are
and down.
pretty serious. Yeah, they are pretty like not all of the peaks. You know, a lot of them around you. Mount Solvitra is actually one of the more impressive in this local area of the Aglanon Peaks. It is, you know, as I said, from Pine Ward to the location, you'd estimate it's probably about 8 miles as the crow flies, but that's 8 miles across and probably 2 or 3 miles up.
Okay.
At least. So yeah, they're definitely big. But they're not. It's not quite the level of Everest or the World Spine Peaks or anything like that.
Cool.
Okay, and once again, the dynamic duo of the Tabaxi siblings, able to to easily decode what to most would be the very confusing tumble of rocks and shadowed crags ahead of you, and very confidently you set out on your second day of travel. Today, however, you do begin to become more and more aware that you are ascending toward a peak that is shrouded in blizzard and cloud. Slowly, as it was when you ascended toward the Dwarven Kingdom of Gurdak, you begin to feel the warmth of the summer sun waning. Though it still shines above you, the air around you doesn't transmit its warmth to you quite as well. And you feel the temperature steadily beginning to drop with each step as you climb. Looking up, you recall that Baranor said that at one point in ages long past, Mount Solvitra was a volcano. And though the clouds above you are not of ash, it certainly does seem to recall some aspect of this past, as the peak you climb toward is constantly shrouded in what you can increasingly see as a swirling maelstrom of snow. All of you are becoming increasingly glad, well, all of you, with the exception of Wander, are becoming increasingly glad for the preparations you made before leaving Gurdak, as it does begin to become necessary through the afternoon as you climb higher and higher and the wind begins to bite more and more for you to don the warm weather gear that you prepared. Fortunately, however, with that warm weather gear, you are able to stave off the worst of the effects, and I will not be requiring any con saves.
Just so it's said, Wander did actually buy a set of cold gear. Just because everyone else was doing it.
He's got like mittens. He's mittens and a little wool cap.
He's got like Frosty the Snowman, the kids in that animated movie. That's what he's wearing. Just the orange button up, like the whole shebang.
Scarf.
Yup, scarf, beanie with a little ball at the top.
Yes.
I will state, character perspective. He Lorium has the cold weather gear and he also has the cold resistance. But if it seems like it's getting throughout the days, however much longer this journey is going to take, if it's getting worse and worse and worse, like hardcore blizzard levels, he will change the attunement on his glaive to fire, just to assist anyone who's having issues. Almost like holding a torch.
Hold still. He's gonna burn in more ways than one.
You do get the not quite yet today. This is only the second day you've been climbing the slopes, and I mean, though the Tabaxi siblings are providing you with a very the best possible path, you are still going up a mountain, so you're not even like close to halfway.
Yeah.
And you do get the impression that as quickly as the temperature is going down, And from the look of the clouds that are rearing overhead, yes, that is likely to be something that may become necessary in the days ahead.
I have a
Noted.
question.
Uh-huh.
Does it tend to, when it gets cold, like in the winter months, does it tend to snow in Vanya?
In Vanya, occasionally. Not very often, but maybe for like a few days out of the year. It's considered a little bit of an event to get snow in Vanya, and typically only happens in the deep winter.
Mhm.
A little bit kind of like I don't. I was going to say a city in the UK where that's the case, but none of you would know what the fuck I was talking about. So I don't know what the equivalent would be in the US.
It's just like in Alabama. Like, we don't get snow often.
So
So,
you do it the mushy snow that's like not compact.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think as we start getting closer and up the mountain, Midnight actually has like an excited energy. Because I think this is like, I think he obviously knows what snow is, but I don't think he's ever seen potentially this much snow. I think he's excited about that. For now, until Loria ruins snow for me.
What do you mean?
That yellow snow there, it's special. Drink it.
Yeah,
I wasn't even thinking that. I
See,
just
the fun
figure I'm
thing
going
is
to be
if
like standing under a tree, hit the butt
Hit
of
the
this thing
tree.
against the tree, and it all comes down on me.
I got some lemonade. If you mix it with the snow, it makes some really good shit.
Anyway, moving
I
on.
like to think our banter's in canon at some point.
Oh, almost certainly, yes. I absolutely
Well-
buy that. As you guys labor up the way, this is definitely a conversations that happen.
I love that he's like painting this beautiful picture, and then we come up and like smudge something, and he's like, "Well, that's part of the painting now."
A happy little accident.
It's a lot of those.
That's why Lorem's even here.
But with again the guidance of the Tabaxi siblings, you're able to avoid any potential pitfalls or difficulty in ascending the this portion, at least, of the of Mount Solvitra. And you settle in at the end of your second day. Another Leoman's tiny hut. Although it should again, like it's always seemed a bit of a misnomer. It's called tiny hut when it's a 20-foot radius. Like I definitely lived in studio apartments that were smaller than that.
And those were tiny huts.
Yeah.
But you pass another night in relative comfort and safety within the confines of Uther's song. And your third day dawns. At this point, you have mostly left the denser trees behind you. There are the occasional straggler in small kind of cots in a particularly sheltered crag here and there, but for the most part, stretching out around you, there is just grey rock and scree. The wind is carrying with it occasional, not yet flurries of snow, but certainly the bite that tells you of snow ahead. And please, Naira, give me another cartography tools check. Given the that you have gotten above 20, you may roll with advantage today. Since
Naira's
you've gotten it twice in a row.
general attitude has gotten less and less excited as it's gotten grayer and much less pretty. She's like, I don't understand why anyone goes outside. I don't. Why?
For those of you who appreciate such things, there is a level of kind of brutal majesty, I suppose you could call it, to the environment that you move through.
I'm having a good
thriving.
day.
Jesus Christ Almighty!
No, I was just like, just get it over with. Just get it over with.
This landscape, stark and inhospitable as it is nonetheless very impressive. It does speak to a level of kind of raw survival that certainly would appeal to at least some of you. But with a 29, Naira is once more very confidently able to just go, "Is that peak's there, that one's there, that. Take care of the 2, and that away." And midnight. You may roll with advantage.
By the way, just so I can ask and be sure, are these Guidoable? Just like, I'd feel bad if I weren't Guidoing a Guidoable thing here.
Her cartography tools, yes. These survival checks are more kind of a throughout the course of the day. If they go badly, there may be an individual skill challenge that becomes Guidoable. But in this case, the cartography tools check, because that would be like an individual thing that Naira was kind of doing to just sort of say, okay, here we are, we need to go there. But the survival check, no.
Okay. Then, yeah, I'm Guidoing the cartography check. Like, now it's not needed because Naira fucking knows how to read maps, but that is being Guidoable.
Okay.
Genuinely thought that you weren't willing to Guido me. So I haven't been asking.
We're doing what I want to do. Just you wait. Once we leave this mountain, never again.
The last time I asked, you were like, no, and I was like, oh, okay. So I've just assumed that I don't get guidance anymore.
When was that?
We were in the laboratory, I think.
It sounds familiar. I don't remember exactly what the context was, but I do remember that.
I'm gonna research.
But anyway, the third day, you continue to climb, and today, certainly, you begin to feel and see flurries of snow.
Oh yeah, Naira's just miserable. She's just like, look, it's gray. It's several different shades of gray. It's like walking around in the dark, except I get to see color in the dark.
He will change the glaive to fire and just like whenever it seems like we're getting a really nice gust of wind, it's just a torch that doesn't go out, right? So just
pretty much,
hold
yeah.
it
You
next to
see,
whoever
like
seems to be struggling.
whenever a flurry of snow comes in, it just kind of goes hisses and sizzles away, kind of shearing aside from your glaive. But Naira, sorry.
The first time you did that, Naira will be like, weren't we warned that if that fire would attract something that's sort of angry?
I turn around and look at Wander, who's just glowing.
Yes.
I mean, I get that, but we just don't need to. All right, well, you're fine. You're fine. And then she won't bring it up again.
It's gonna wave it right next to your face, which at first feels really good, probably in the wind, because then it's just like a little bit of a warm breeze next to you. But then the snow that's like going through it is actually melting, so you're just getting pelted with water in the skull.
Midnight's like kind of started to pull out front a little bit, and at first you're like, oh, he's being a scout, until he like pounces into a tiny pile of snow, and there's just like a little giggle.
As yet, there's few drifts. You certainly are able to find some here and there, particularly in the lee of cliff faces or the still sparse but still present patches of trees. All of you do also notice that, quite interestingly, the snow and wind seems to be shearing away from Wander, much like it's shearing away from Lorium's glaive, except it is his whole person. The snow, as it kind of as it touches him, rather than settling or brushing off his armor, actually hisses and steams away.
Noted.
Bruno Mars, Hot Man, starts playing.
So hot.
Yep. Look, man, we got the radio version here, all right?
Okay,
Naira
because I was like,
miserable.
God, man. Sorry.
Naira miserable is just like, can you show me how to do that trick, please? Naira does not enjoy being cold or
Oh.
damp.
I wonder if it's because you're made out of metal. All the snow just slides right off without touching.
You just slight shrug.
It's warm.
The snow?
Me.
Good,
Yeah,
I was
what's
just
up?
making sure.
The snow is hot, burning. I'm in pain.
Help!
It is not. I am not melting it. It is melting me. There's a factory at the top of this mountain that just has the worst pollution. This is acid snow.
Please help, we'll die.
Burning.
And I'm like, that's such a neat trick.
Wonder falls off the mountain.
As you continue to venture further and further up the slopes, the temperature does continue to drop steadily. The air becomes noticeably crisper, and as the afternoon begins to draw in, you all notice that your breath, well, all except Wander at least, notice that your breath begins to form puffs of vapor in the air around you.
Yes. We all
It'd
act
be
like
kind
we're
of
smoking
creepier.
cigarettes.
Wanda's just got like a constant stream of like steam just coming out.
Yeah, everyone's like, you breathe? And he's like, you don't?
Andrew's like, God damn it, you guys, I was setting a scene.
He's just like, one more ogre.
Midnight does that thing where you hold your breath so that there's more visible vapor because you let it get warm.
I'm doing tricks. Naira.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Lorium.
Man,
Not
worked
quite yet. You haven't quite reached the level of the deep snowdrifts, but today does mark the day where you say adieu to the last of anything that could be described as a tree line. You do begin to see patches of snow on the rock around you that increase. You also see on either side of the passage that Midnight is on the path that Midnight has been able to find, craggy rocks and slopes of scree that would certainly have required a great deal more effort to traverse than the route that you have found. And though the journey is certainly less pleasant than it was, and it is some effort to find a campground where the ground is free of snow by the time you halt for the day, you once again pass without any serious incident. A number of wolves kind of take a look at you as you pass. Stranger, more exotic creatures, in some cases, perch on the eyries above you and stare down, but do not approach beyond the curious stares. And the third day passes as you ascend Mount Solvitra. But you know that ahead of you, the following day, the image posted will certainly be a relatively fair example of the journey that lies ahead, as above you, the snow becomes more ubiquitous, and those of you with knowledge of such things would be able to tell, certainly thicker and thicker, with big drifts of it piling up on the edges of cracks.
Just love how my giggle made you bust out.
I wasn't just typing.
So, as the fourth day dawns and you reach you have reached the snow line and begin ascending the upper peaks, winding your way between the famous glaciers of Mount Solvitra. One more time, Naira, please roll cartography tools with guidance and with advantage, given that you have now rolled 2 nat 20s in a row.
You got this, darling. Take an inspiration.
It's 28 now?
Yes.
Nice. Damn.
32, god damn. Yeah, Nairo, once again, with unerring precision, able to keep track of the destination above you among the mountain slopes, using the sort of triangulation of the nearby landmarks that you've been referencing during your ascent up till now, to very, very precisely pick out the spot on the slopes above you. And Midnight, with a substantially reduced DC and advantage, please go ahead and roll me survival. And once again, though the mountain on either side of you as you climb, you can see portions, trails that would have led you to what you later realize would have been incredibly treacherous portions of the ascent. Midnight seems strangely at home on these slopes for someone who spent his life and his training on the plains. Being able to very clearly and easily, it seems, find you a path that, though it does switch back and forth and wind up the slopes, allows you to travel for the most part, without the need for actual climbing. What climbing is necessary is small, relatively easy. The group of you able to help each other up the, scrambling up slopes and across rock faces with little enough effort that no checks are required. Certainly not for adventurers as capable as the Lions of the Harashan Coast.
You've said that enough now that I'm absolutely terrified. You're going to be like, this is not something that you guys can just breeze past.
I'm waiting for the straight up DM warning.
So before we get attacked by 3 ancient dragons, about how long per day are we spending? Are we going from dusk to dawn, or well, you know what I mean, dawn to dusk, or?
Essentially a full 8 hours. That's what kind of I'm assuming. Yeah, you have a few hours in the morning where you kind of get up and make your prep. Naira does her calculations. Midnight plans the route, and you're also the travel that you're making. It's not the 4 miles an hour average. Even with the routes that Midnight is able to find you, as I said, there's not kind of okay, we need to go that way, we go that way, because if you were doing that, you'd need to be going climbing up sheer rock faces, down and over crevasses and things like that. So the route does wind. Yeah, you are going up a mountain at the end of the day.
And it amusingly, probably to all of you, is Naira still every morning, without fail, uses her unseen servant to get pretty.
And Loriam,
within the warmth of the tiny hut.
Loriam does not mention it. He does not say it. We're going at an incline. He has hella fucking shin splints at the moment.
Oh.
Old man.
Does he wince it all? Inside check.
Oh wait, I have a passive insight of 21. I feel like I know.
Oh damn!
Yeah, Wander, you know.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Get all the nat 20s out of the way. That's right. Use them all up.
We've had
Out of the way. I got one in the bank.
There.
This isn't even my final 20.
Yeah. It's every bit, 10 to 30 minutes, you'll see Loriam just Not say anything.
Like, oh no.
Just that thing where he's just like,
Chink chink.
shake,
gotta
shakes snow out of his boot.
get the ice out, yeah. Just places the fucking red hot glaive across his chest, like, that feels good. There you go.
He's just like, ah. But as you all travel, and the snow gets thicker and thicker beneath you, or beneath your feet, everybody please give me perception checks.
Like how everyone's perfectly within 10 feet of me.
It's like we know.
That tracks.
I don't know what's up with the
Oh,
sheet.
no.
If I can't click on anything.
Well, you may need to refresh.
Oh, I
Yeah,
had.
let me try that.
Yeah, I had to actually like click in through the player list. I couldn't click on my token or anything. It'll freeze you when you click
Right,
on-
yeah, it might be because it might be a foundry fuckery because I pulled those in before an update.
It's cool though, and it's easy to work around. Hold on, I have to see something.
So I think literally all of you, except for Midnight, are going to be going with your passives. And Midnight got one better than his passive. But let's see what he gets.
Yay!
Let me see.
Do you want me to roll for you?
Yeah, I don't know why I reloaded it and it still doesn't let me.
I can see if I can roll for you if you want. I still have ownership of your character sheet.
Hang on, let me try pulling in. Let me pull in a fresh token. Are you able to use that one?
Let me see. Go for it. No.
No.
Strangely.
Oh, weird. Okay, but yeah, use it. Do it from the actor tab in the sidebar, and you should still be able to.
Oh, that's how I pulled it up.
Yeah.
First time.
It doesn't I know you said Christine has ownership. Did it accidentally take him away from ownership?
Yeah,
Or
is
did
he just
Foundry-
a viewer?
Yeah.
Let me check.
Because it's letting me.
No, he's definitely marked as owner.
Yeah, it says I lack provision.
Hmm.
That's weird.
Okay,
Weird.
I'm gonna try just reloading the world then on my end. Because for no reason, but it might become important for you guys to be able to use your abilities quite shortly. So yeah, you guys are just gonna get kicked out in a second.
The world is shutting down. No!
I've lost access to the world.
Administer password. It's chocolate coconut.
It's Looking Glass.
I'm in.
Ooh,
Swordfish,
I like
guys,
that
come
one.
on.
It's always swordfish.
You have to remember at some point in time we've had this issue where it cut out and then we cut back in, and the
Mhm.
stream has definitely picked up the URL.
Oh.
shit.
So that'd be really funny. He's like, I'm just gonna change my password real quick.
But regardless, Naira, are you able to use your access your stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just let everybody to be back in. Lauren, are you good to go?
Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I just
I do
rolled a
not.
perception for Uther.
Okay. And hey, 17, not bad.
There we go. There we go. It's working.
Hey.
Hey!
Not great, but hey.
Well, we'll go with the 17 anyway, because that was the first one rolled. But okay, as you all climb, uh, shockingly, perhaps, Wander, you are the first to note that as you climb and the snow beneath your feet and swirling in the air around you gets thicker and thicker, you notice a intricate lattice of webbing sparkling in what little sunlight is still able to reach you through the clouds that are beginning to thicken in the air. Almost indistinguishable at first against the glistening snow and the icy rock, the strands are very delicate and translucent and seem to be made from pure ice.
He'll point at him with the flame bearer and say, "Webs."
Nope.
Do they melt?
How close do you get? Like, you notice them from a good kind of 30 feet away.
Okay, I thought we were like walking on a little bit of them and then they got thicker. Yeah, no, if I notice them, I'm not going to walk up and point and be like, "Look!" But, yeah, I'll get everyone's, I'll go, "Hey, Webs, ice." Webs, ice.
Baby.
Nope. Do not like.
Oh, right.
That's too damn bad.
Oh, this is like you don't like cold and you don't like spiders.
This is great.
I do. I actually prefer the cold to the spiders. I am more than willing to stay right here. Well, I was told that fire was a bad idea on this mountain, so I didn't bring much.
Some of us actually listen to warnings.
Why?
I don't know, it's like a time of day sort of thing. Whatever you're feeling. Oh shit. If no one else wants to, I mean, it's
Well,
on the way, right?
Are there any signs of like life, or does it just seem like web in distance, and that's as much as we can tell without getting closer?
At this point, like, you've just seen like this as kind of like a kind of drift of webbing in across a rock face.
Okay.
Okay,
About how
so-
much is it?
Mm-hmm.
Say again.
About how much is there?
And this patch that you've noticed is only like maybe a couple of square meters.
Now,
That's
Only.
a couple.
I have a question. Describe the thickness of the webbing. Describe the girth.
In this
Crazy.
case, it is. It's certainly sturdy, but it is like it's definitely recognizable as it's more thread than rope.
Okay.
It's certainly like sturdier and thicker than your average garden variety spider web. But it's not kind of to the point where like it would be unreasonable for a kind of spider to have made this.
Yeah. Well, we'll just say, I mean, I'll take the lead if you want. I'll just burn away any webs.
My brilliant brother, who can find his way through anywhere, could maybe find us a new route. Maybe.
Where's the fun in that?
It's in the not having to deal with anything that creates a web. That's that. I think that's fun for everybody.
I could send a snake. As he holds out the newly begotten staff. Just like that. See if something kills it. See what happens.
I like this idea.
I mean,
That's
is it
true,
fun?
actually.
Does it come back?
Not if it dies.
Aw.
I will ask, now that he's pointed out the threads and strands to us, is like I just want to kind of like because you said it was like catching on the light and do that thing where you can kind of like move like move around and have the light like catch on the further strands, and I just want to see if I get an idea if it's everywhere, like how does it go all the way up those? Can I tell if it goes all the way up? Like, could we potentially maybe circumvent it?
From what you can see, that Wander's pointed out, like no roll necessary. Now that he's pointed it out to you and you've all spotted it, this seems to be like an isolated patch. It doesn't appear to extend. This particular web that you're seeing here doesn't extend beyond the small kind of crag that it is stretched across.
He's like,
It's
I
kind
don't know
of
what you guys are freaking out about. It's just a little bit
here
of
to
web.
here.
It's like a cobweb on the mountain.
Yeah, it's literally just like a small patch of ice web stretched
It's like
across
seeing
the
a
portion of
chair.
rock.
It's like seeing a chair in the middle of a forest. Like, that means that something is here. Something put that there.
Yes.
And because we can't see it, it's much worse.
Cat. Yeah, but it
There
could
it
have
is,
been like,
moving it.
10 years ago. Could have been yesterday. Could have been 30 years ago. Who knows?
Could have been tomorrow, apparently.
Video games have taught me anything. If there's rock face with a little bit of webbing over it, stuff comes out of that.
This is Chekhov's gun. Chekhov's web. This is where we're at right now. Because there are webs, there are going to be things that make webs.
Well, what's taught me anything is that if we don't go anywhere, we're not going to get anywhere. So let's go on. There's a mage hand now.
Wander's just like, well, puts the staff back.
Oh, you can use the staff. I'm just walking over here.
What are you doing with the mage hand, Naira?
When I get within 30 feet, I'm gonna say, do you want me to touch it?
It's like a cat
Ready
poop.
to jump back.
Doesn't that usually like all them to the portion of the webs that are like activated?
Well, if it's only on that one small thing, I'm a little worried that there's a lot more that we can't see, or that it's going to spring out at us, and I would rather be 30 feet away when it does that.
There's webbing on the snow under your feet.
It's in the goddamn walls!
I don't know what I did to deserve this
No,
torture,
that
Lauren.
didn't happen. That didn't happen. That was cool. Oh, yeah. You poke it with your mage hand.
Well, as she goes to do that, Midnight will flip the hood up on his cloak of wandering, and something everyone would have noticed as we've traveled up the mountain is usually the cloak is like dark and black, and as we've gone up into the tundra, it's actually gotten more gray and light to kind of blend in with the scenery around us. I'm gonna make a stealth check.
Okay. Okay. Midnight's cloak settles around him, making him seem very much just like another rock, as the spectral cat's paw reaches out and the claws sight through the thin strands of webbing. There is a sound like a snapping icicle as it passes through, but it does indeed slash through them with minimal resistance. You all know that mage hands aren't particularly the strongest thing, but it appears effortless as it passes through this web in particular. And very quickly, the strands that had been broken are carried away in the wind. There are tatters of it that remain. But everybody who had approached, give me another perception check.
7. Don't worry, guys. I'm getting there.
Small stabs, small stabs.
I am a rock.
Naira is watching.
Naira is indeed watching, and both you and Wander do actually see, as the claw passes through it, a small spider about, a couple of inches across, skitters out from a hidden crag to one side of the web, briefly crosses the rock face, and then deeper into the crack that runs along the underside of the rock.
Naira lets out a very undignified squeal and jumps back.
It was just a little one.
One thing that you do both note about the spider is that it was a vibrant white and blue, as though its body were made of ice and cold.
Pretty.
And I don't know if you know this about just animals and predators in general, but the ones that are vibrant, they don't care if you can see them.
Okay.
Case in point, Naira.
If you said that, she would look at you and go sort of preen a little bit and be like, well, yeah, it's true.
Man, you just ruined that poor little spider's home.
I'm so sorry. I do have to take a stance on this. While I don't have the same fears about spiders. I do not think that they're good spiders, so fuck its home.
I mean, they keep mosquitoes away. I've always drawn a lot of them being hot-blooded, you know how it is.
Colborium's just talking to a rock.
He's talking to the rock that moves. He thinks it's midnight. It's right here, though.
Just assuming, he's like, man, if this is right, I'm gonna look so cool.
He's like, the voice is coming from somewhere over here. You still want to send your snake down?
You don't see any, at this point, you don't see any signs of more webs in your immediate vicinity.
This means nothing. We've been put on edge.
Mm-hmm. How high is this?
About that particular slope is about 40, 50 feet.
From
This one's about 60. Yeah, from the area where you are now to the plateau.
Cool. Midnight, a different rock will stand up. One that Lorium wasn't talking to, and say, I actually think the snake idea is really good. If it's all right with y'all, I want to see if I can get a bit of a higher vantage. I don't like this crevice.
Yeah, go on, do your thing. He says, talking to the
I'll start climbing.
You gotta be his blind spot.
Climbing. Oh, yeah, I'm on the path side.
You want me to pick you up and throw you up there, or what?
I'm gonna. Claws come out and he just starts climbing.
He throws the other rock.
That's a weird ventriloquist trick.
I forgot you can see me. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna climb up, or start making my way up while Wander snakes.
Well, I'm thinking I wanna try to thaumaturgy to just shake the ground a little bit, just to see if, because it can go up to 30 feet and it can cause harmless little tremors. So I just want to shake around here, and it can do. What is it? You can do. That's from, yeah. So I can do 3 of its 1 minute effects. I'll do just around here, like on the wall, and like right there and right there. Yeah, just see if it shakes out any.
Midnight, as you're climbing, obviously as a tabaxi, you are used to, especially craggy natural rock, you're used to it being fairly effortless to ascend. And indeed, in this case, it still is. It's not going to require a check, but you are aware as you climb that stone is ice cold to the touch, and portions of it are actually fully frozen over, to the point where you're having to find, in certain cases, you have to crack into the ice with your claws to get the grip. And though in this case you're able to ascend, you would not be surprised that in certain circumstances where the weather is more severe or the slope sheerer, it would your claws would not be enough to ensure an effortless ascent.
Mm-hmm. Once he realizes that, he'll just kind of say through the earrings and just say, something to just know for going forward. The rock around here is really frozen, and it's actually a bit hard to get my claws into. Something to keep in mind if we need to climb later.
But you are able to, without incident, reach the reach the plateau. You don't see any further signs, although there are, that you do see kind of plenty of crags and cracks in the rocks around you. You don't see any further signs of webbing or spiders at this point. And wonder, as your tremors shake the ground ahead, you do see drifts of snow and pebbles tumble from where they had been lodged and where the wind had held them. But no further reaction, no shimmer of web being moved or dislodged.
Cool. I see no reason not to proceed.
Then let us proceed.
Yes.
And so you travel onward. And as you do, you continue to ascend the slope. The snow getting thicker and thicker, the wind getting colder and colder. And now that you have noted them, it is not long before you note another patch of web, this one in the branches of a barren tree. This one, like the first one you saw, is modest in size and apparently alone, but it's only a few minutes after that that you see another, and then another, as you continue higher and higher. As you travel onward, frequency increases, as does their size. Stretching between trees and narrow pathways. Now that you know to look for them, you stand little chance, as you can see their telltale glimmer of simply falling into one. But as you proceed and keep your eyes on them, the occasional glint catches your eye as small white and blue shapes scuttle away into the depths of crevices and darkened hollow. Naira, with your detect magic up, you can actually feel almost like a faint stench on the wind of magic that grows stronger whenever you pass close to one of these webs. The bigger the web, the stronger the waft of magic that you get from it. And the further you travel, the more webs you see, the more the very air itself feels heavy with an icy presence.
Lorium just wants to catch a little baby blue spider in a jar and keep it as a pet.
Imagine how big it'll get.
Yeah.
Uther can talk to it.
Frank's
That's actually
true.
But by mid-afternoon, you all are very grateful indeed for your cold weather gear. Even through it, the wind is biting and cold. And though you are better equipped than many, you are not impervious to it. And as you fight your way through drifts of snow and the biting, howling wind, everybody please give me a Constitution save. with the stalwart presence of Lorium in your midst, allowing you to gain the +5. As I noticed, you all very judiciously move within 10 feet.
Uh-oh.
Bad.
I told you the nat ones were coming.
Where?
Does the cold resistance give me any show of advantage or anything?
Oh, you have cold resistance. Yes, you will have advantage on this save. Then.
Yay! Just give me a
What are we
second nat
adding to
one.
this?
3.
Damn.
4.
Better.
Because I have that, and I have,
Ah,
the
hello,
little, I have
four.
the little flame halberd out. Or, yeah.
Wander, you do not need to make this check.
Yay!
Rude.
I am cold and unfeeling.
This is my natural
you are-
habitat.
You are actually still quite warm.
I am warm and unfeeling.
The wind that howls and flurries around you seems to leave you remarkably unbothered, as you can see some of your companions beginning to shiver. And the DC, unfortunately, because you had cold weather gear, was reduced, but was 12. And so, as you continue, and the snow gets thicker and thicker, and the wind colder and colder, midnight, I am afraid, you take a level of exhaustion as we climb.
Yeah.
And you climb on until you get to a narrow pass that seems to be the best way ahead between a sheer slope up one side and steep crevasses that shelve away on the other. But despite this being the simplest path, or perhaps because this is the simplest path forward, it is also relatively festooned, these webs that you have seen. These no longer are ones that you could attribute to the small spider, to anything like the small spider that you saw in the initial one. You have caught glimpses of larger specimens, but even they, you think, would struggle to produce some of the formations that you've seen. Ropes of webbing like icicles, the thickness of your arm. Or, well, perhaps not Lorium's, but certainly Naira's arm. Stretching between rock and trees.
Basically nothing. Feeble little arms.
And Wander, with your crazy observation, or passive observation, you will see this. But everybody else, please go ahead and roll me perception as you guys soldier on.
I love how it's just at the point where it's like, you'll get this, everyone else. Go ahead.
Yeah,
roll for it.
everyone else has to roll. Wander, you just get this.
Is there any chance of me getting more if I roll higher?
I mean, go for it if you like.
I mean, right? Like, I like rolling click clacks. I rolled higher.
It's Matt 20 today.
Don't mention it. Stop talking about it every time you do it. It's gonna be another nat one in combat.
No, I'm manifesting the dub. Like, this is weak Wander. Like,
Well, as we before we get to what you guys are going to be seeing, I am out of drink, so I'm going to quickly just take 1 minute to get myself a fresh one, and I will describe what you all notice when I get back. So if everybody wants to refresh their drinks, now's the time.
Yay.
what Andrew really does when he steps off for a break is put up like a cartoon drawing of his room in front of his camera, and he just goes into the Foundry settings and just like turns down the odds to get a 20.
One chance to get a nat 20, 1 in 20? No. 1 in 1.
No, that's too fair.
Make sure you're not like me and you don't forget to reset your spell slots if you happen to cast any fun spells.
Like Hold Person.
Yeah, like Hold Person like 4 days ago.
I've been changing my spells every day.
Yeah. Fun.
Same.
That's funny.
Changing my spells.
Oh yeah, I
but
saw
told
you
once.
I saw you re-import randomly. All your shit disappeared for a sec.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just randomly in the middle of talking.
Yep. I'm just like, man, this is a better spell. Nah, this is a better spell. This is a better spell.
Hey, Naira, look at that. That's a lot more webs than the cobweb we saw earlier.
Yeah,
a lot
I'm
of spiders around here.
A bunch of spiders. Look, you didn't walk across in that one. Shoot.
Let's see if we can talk to him.
Go on, Uther. Do that little shit.
Is it Uther the old guy? Like,
It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Is that what they sound like when they grow up? It's terrifying.
just clicker noises.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Don't worry, I speak xenomorph. What?
Why? How'd you learn that?
I don't know.
I don't know. Just one day I woke up in a cave and there was like a hole in my chest. I had to get healed, but
I'd like to think if there was like a Warforged bard, anytime he uses that ability, he just like sticks his finger into his skull. Just like as a
Which
bridge,
ability?
just turns something. Yeah, universal speech.
Click.
he just tunes himself.
Yeah.
I really wanted to play a porcelain Warforged bard that was like a marionette, basically.
If you're porcelain, are you susceptible to fall damage?
I don't know.
Isn't everyone?
Is it everyone?
You're like, are you not gonna take damage if you fall 20 feet?
Well, shit.
I did a one shot.
Shit, he got back with his drink before I left. Fuck.
I took my that D3 character I did for Oxy and the Moxies, and I made him a bard. And anytime I did bardic inspiration, I would shoot like a dart that just like juiced them up for a second. Like,
Good, dude.
you take the drugs. You. Oh, that was on stream.
Oh. Yes.
Family friendly here, motherfuckers.
Hell yeah.
Is everybody here?
Yep.
I think didn't Tyler go to get a drink real fast?
Yeah.
I guess so.
You want to get more milky?
Who can blame him? That shit's delicious.
I like to imagine that Wander has like a constant like milk mustache.
And he'll actually get a calcium deposit to have like a white mustache. Will make him look more refined over time.
That plus the cold, yes.
Just for my benefit, because I do not remember, it's just ability checks that the first level exhaustion gives me disadvantage on, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So first level is actually not that serious, but they
You get to
can
like second,
accumulate.
third.
It ramps up.
It gets really rad. Yeah.
It really
If
ramps
you like, if you go all the way, you get dead, right?
Yep. You just die.
That's why I love Chronergy wizards can literally just kill themselves in a fight. High level. Yeah. You can just say, no, you fail a save. No, you fail a save. No, you fail a save. You fail that save. And then the fifth one, he just dies.
Oh, that's crazy. I don't want to play a Chronology.
I want to do that.
You have to get like level
But that
14.
sounds fun.
Have you guys seen
No,
the Brennan Lee Mulligan rant about like the most powerful kind of magic is chronomancy?
Yeah, it's fucking. I'm getting to like the higher level spells, and they're goofy as shit.
Yeah. I like the gravity stuff.
Yeah, the graviturgy, you can literally just turn an entire room into a vortex. It's like, nope, all of you, sinner.
Well, one of the things I love, like, you know, doing the higher level campaigns and running it for them, is they start rolling up and, like, they're on a ship and they're like level 18s, and there's like 6 of them. So the fight starts, and like the captain of the ship sees them and is like, "Oh, cool," and he meteor swarms their boat, and that's how this fight starts. And they start the fight, but you know what I mean? That's just like you're at that level that it's like, yeah, you can just get meteor swarmed. Like, welcome to the jungle.
Yes.
Buckle up, motherfuckers.
You're fucking around with the big bats.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of being able to get meteor swarmed, I mean, I wouldn't be able to, but I have over 100 health. I've broken 100.
Yay!
I'm
Oh,
at
yeah.
63.
Yeah, do you have a 20 in con? Nick, what do you have?
Oh, I have a 16 in con. Because Midnight didn't have to lie anymore. I swapped Charisma and Constitution.
I just realized this one doesn't have any illumination. 1 second, let me fix that. Global illumination. It is a little
It was
bit
oddly
dim.
spooky.
Oh, I thought it was just like I just thought like maybe the storm got like rougher. We just couldn't see as far.
It was very picturesque.
I mean, in fact, actually, I would really love to go back to the old ways to where I don't see as many of those webs.
Yeah, actually, I don't want to see anything. Let's just turn around.
Blindness,
Ignorance
deafness
is
on
bliss.
myself.
Like, just nopes out of it. Nope.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make
But
myself fail my
I was
own
just about to
saving.
describe what you all saw. With your perception check that you just
Oh wait,
rolled.
I have a question. Uther, for your little inspiring speeches every morning, or is it just this point at a fucking marching ditty or something?
No, he would give you an inspirational speech every morning. It would be different, tailor made.
Every so often, he starts it with taps.
Yeah, but sometimes, like, there's definitely the point, because Uther's very old, where he would not remember if he's told you this story or not, so he'd be like, "And we found ourselves walking across a crystalline plain." And you're like, "Oh shit, I've heard this one." It was like the fourth
yeah,
one.
time knife.
Did you not know he's done it this week?
Mark's just nodding along every single time. It's the same reaction.
But I also like to think that it's slightly different. Like he changes things unintentionally.
Wait, didn't they came crashing out of the ground? Didn't they come, like, flying down last time? Never mind, it's cool either way. Keep going.
So inspiring.
Naira has also been very quiet for Naira. Naira's usually a little bit of a chatterbox, but she really only talks when spoken to now, and she's just very grumpy.
Is she literally chattering?
No,
Channels the
I'm
forces of
nat
Lord.
20'd my con. I'm actually being a real trooper, but I'm just angry.
Just doing that cat.
Holy disco ball, Batman. What is this?
This is my
Detect
detect magic.
magic.
Oh, it's never looked like that before to me.
It's our laser show.
You are still picking up more and more as with your detect magic as you travel, and these webs have become denser and denser. You are picking up a more and more focused and concentrated fields of magic from them. They are clearly magical in construction in some way. Perhaps, I mean, obviously, given that they appear to be webs woven of ice. Wow, neato. And you can tell, actually. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana, given that you've been traveling and detecting magic in this way. Like you actively mentioned it several times.
God, Andrew, can we please get into combat?
With a 32, you can actually tell that these webs seem to be exacerbating the cold and the weather. The bite that you're feeling from the wind, you see it kind of carrying eddies of magic in from these webs when it passes through them. And when that happens, you notice and you can kind of correlate that with the particularly chilling gusts that you feel. You believe that something about these webs is... They're basically, because they are so ubiquitous here, they're kind of acting as a foci for the natural cold that you would expect at this altitude. And you would always expect there to be snow and cold and ice and a level of flurry at this altitude. But you believe that the webs are essentially acting as a concentrator for it and drawing in more and more of this ill weather to this portion of the mountain.
Well, that's just rude.
And as Naira is looking around and coming to this conclusion, with your attention being focused so heavily on the webs, Uther and Midnight all do see a number of larger spiders than you have seen before. These easily the size of a large dog.
I assume I see those too, because I got a perception of 18.
Yes, you do. Sorry, I meant to. I thought I had included you in that. Yeah, all three of you see that. Wander, you not only see those three, you also see several more, particularly over here, as well as another. But perhaps more worryingly, you also hear a kind of sound, like I don't know that you would actually have ever heard this, but a sound of someone almost seeming to skate over a frozen lake. Get a sound that grows louder and louder.
And something approaches.
It's the ice climbers, run!
It's the Ice King! Not the Ice Climbers, no!
Nintendo's angry.
They always beat me.
And with Wander's warning, none of you are surprised, as climbing up over the rim of the cavern to your right, an enormous spider.
Oh, look at the baby spiders under it.
Over at the top.
I like how it really does almost blend in.
Everybody, please go ahead and roll me initiative.
I'm just saying, the art has baby spiders on it.
Yeah!
You did not need to point that out. Is initiative an ability check?
Say again?
Is initiative an ability check?
I don't know.
Isn't it technically
Like, would my level of exhaustion
count as an ability check? Here we go.
I don't think your exhaustion affects it.
Yes, it is, actually. So I think your exhaustion would affect it.
Interesting.
Ooh, it does.
Indeed, a unique ability check.
Lorium, you finished before I did. Yeah, or
Wait, how?
I now won.
Oh.
I
need
want phrases for reasons.
I'm sorry. I need a horny bonk.
I was thinking, I thought I'd be like, no! You will not lose this contest.
Damn it!
There are ladies present.
I take the lower of the
several.
two rolls. Willingly.
And as we all know, lair actions are at a initiative count 20.
Does a creature use a lair action, or does it happen?
Happens.
It just kind of technically the creature has to trigger it from being in its lair, but yeah, it does just sort of happen.
Okay, but so if the creature's not in its lair, the lair action won't trigger?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Uh-oh! Oh! Uh-huh. I'm on it. I see where you're going.
Look at the side. Anytime Tyler or I ask you a question, a very specific question, it has layer.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But as the spider emerges and lets loose this chittering call, the smaller spiders seem to be energized, and several more that you previously hadn't seen rush forward from deeper in the crevasses and among the webs. And this one is the first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it, coming to there, is going to go ahead and wander. It goes ahead and tries to spit a glob or a weave of frosty webbing that expands out and flies toward you through the air.
What do I do?
You, however, raise your shield and shatter the web in midair as it dissipates uselessly around you. And that brings us to Lady Naira.
Which spider did that, by the way?
This one.
Okay, just making I could see it.
Naira is terrified, and especially at that bullshit right there. So instead of her usual style of just trying to kill everything she sees, you know, like a cat.
You mean old reliable?
Naira is going to just reach out, touch Lorium, and say, "Please kill them for me." And she is going to haste Lorium.
Let's see. Is there a status for that? No, let's just go with empowered. Okay. Anything else you want to do on your turn, Naira?
Yes, I'm going to see if I can do that as a bonus action.
You gonna fling a baby spider?
No, but I kind of want to now. No, that's it. I don't think she's going to activate her blade song, just yet. So yeah, that's it. And turn. Blink.
Okay. For its lair action.
Well, I meant to move back there.
That's fine, if you still want to move yourself.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. For its lair action, the Frostweave Matron
I knew it.
itself. And as it shakes, you see several of the bumps and what appear to be, or what you now realize are eggs that cover its bulbous carapace break open, and more hatchlings drop down around it.
Oh, thank
Only
God.
one in this case.
I do not like any of this.
Lorium's still contemplating catching one. You mean they get that big?
I see a big one right there. Do we got a jar that big? Wonder, make one.
Make one.
This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is again going to spit its web at you, Wander.
What? Nope.
But once again, the webs seem to be almost half melting as they enter the aura of warmth that encapsulates you, and doesn't even come close to trapping you. As we come to your turn.
Are we on difficult terrain?
Not right where you are right now. Anywhere which has this kind of rockiness to it will be difficult terrain. But no, this area itself is like it's kind of ankle deep snow, but it's not quite. It does not quite to the level where it counts as difficult terrain.
Cool. Well, from where I'm at, that is in fact within range. That.
Should have seen this coming. I should have.
You're my hero, Wander.
What do they see?
Wonder. he bats away the first spider web, and then the second one comes towards him, and he just at it, and he looks at the big spider, and it just fizzles. And he moves just a little bit forward. He's like, "Hey, excuse me," and he pushes a bit past Lorium and Naira, and he just, instead of holding out his symbol, he holds up the mace, and he points it forward, and he says, "Be gone," and it just fucking vanishes. There's no sound. There's no like brilliant light. There's just gone.
Snow in the space where once there was none.
Yeah, there's like
the
a
spider
snowfalls.
actually, like as you hold up Flame Bearer, the spider actually kind of rears back slightly and seems preparing to do something, and then you be gone, and it's and nothing.
Okay, and that's the end of my turn. Are you just looking at its stats right now?
Wistfully.
No.
What could have been?
And Midnight, you're up.
What we should definitely do is start doing things like poisoning them or something that will do prolonged damage and then banish them.
Oh my god, yes!
You say that, right? You say that. I have wanted to contagion something and then banish it for so long. Just give it Giga AIDS and then like, all right, cook. See you in like 30 seconds if you're alive.
Those were words that just came out of your mouth.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah, it's your turn.
It is your turn.
Yep.
Okay, I am going to first bonus action steady aim. I'm gonna regret this later, but I don't care right now. And I'm going to aim Witch Hazel at this far spiderling.
Ping it. That one? Okay. Sorry, wow, your ping, it does not show up well against this backdrop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just that far one.
Yeah, no, I saw it there at the end.
We'll see if this works. So first, I'm going to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely
That
hit.
So then, when I had advantage, this is going to be fun. That's 46. Yeah. I know my character. Okay, hold on. It's 46, and then I'm going to spend my martial adept superiority die to make this a pushing attack. I need it to make a DC 17 strength saving throw.
Okay.
I feel like it's something else.
Which it
but no.
fails.
Awesome.
Railgunning it.
It takes 23 points of damage, and
God
if it's
damn.
still alive,
It is just about still alive.
punt it 15 feet off that web.
1, 2, 3. It's still adjacent, but because it took so much damage, I'm going to give it disadvantage on its dexterity saving throw to try and prevent itself from plummeting.
Oh my God.
But it does make it, unfortunately, rolled super duper well, even with the disadvantage, and so it just kind of is able to hang on with two of its legs to the edge of the webbing as it shrieks out in pain, this strange icy blue blood gouting from the arrow hole.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh no.
6 plus 5. It should also have taken 2 more points of damage because of my bracers of archery.
Okay.
But
it is unfortunately still alive.
Yes. Every little bit helps. What you saw is Midnight overdrew the bowstring so that when the arrow hit, it had enough force to move the spider. And then that is my turn.
And that spiderling actually is going to very kind of frantically pull itself back up and nope the fuck out.
Fair enough.
Lost 4 of its eyes.
Good.
This one, however, skitters down, chittering angrily at the apparent disappearance of its matron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And because there are so many of you between it and its target, it is simply going to fire at the closest one. Firing at you, Midnight. Ooh, 17.
No, that misses. My armor class is 18.
Okay, you are able to duck aside. As we come to the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is actually just going ahead and double move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is able to get down into combat and is actually going to lunge at you, Midnight, with its bite attack.
What did I do?
Exist.
You are the closest. Oh, but no.
That one got right there.
not
I could
even
just smack
close.
it now.
Yes, you can. If you wish to use your reaction.
Why not, though?
Murdered.
Murder,
And it's
death,
doing
kill.
fire damage.
Oh,
There it is!
There it is! I told you guys I'm taking the bad luck for y'all.
You're our bullet train guy.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one has a clear shot to you, Wander, so it is going to go ahead. I think I think it needs a nat 20. In fact, I know it needs a nat 20 to hit, but that's not going to stop it from trying.
Yay!
Now we come to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And
Just before it happens, is that web accurate? Is that when it hits, we have to make a strength check, and if we do,
correct.
Okay.
If it makes a difference, it did watch me shoot one of its other spiders.
I'm aware, but they have a priority.
Hello.
Actually,
Oh, is it?
Go ahead. Anybody who wishes to can go ahead and make me an insight check.
I mean,
Now that
Yeah.
you've seen their behavior a little bit.
I'm
can
gonna
I
roll
say
the
what I
dice.
think the result would be? Oh,
Sure.
I think it's that they're specifically going after Wander because of the flames.
That would be a very reasonable assumption. Which
Naira
Yeah, I
doesn't
mean-
figure that out, but
Naira's just like spider.
kill him, Lorium!
But Midnight, Midnight, you are able to kind of looking around at them, and I think Wander with your passive, the DC was 15 there, so yeah, with your passive you still make that. Both you and Midnight realize that they do seem very focused on Wander specifically. Hard to glean more than that, but they are definitely focusing their attacks, and they seem to be attacking you, Midnight, as a target of like opportunity and like as an impediment rather than as a focus.
Yeah, and to be clear, I was saying that because you did eeny, meeny, miny between me and Uther.
Yeah. But, well, speaking of eeny, meeny, miny, why don't you go ahead and call odds or evens?
I'll take odds.
Odds it is. Not their day. We come to the next one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And,
Keep coming.
well, evens. Uther, this one spits at you. But, dodge tank in action. As we come to this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Lorium, odds or evens?
Even Stevens. Hell
Evens
yeah.
it is.
Hell yeah.
Yes. And Lorium, you're up to bat.
Yay! You! Burn!
Hit.
Chicago!
And does the fact that that's doing fire damage matter?
It does.
Whoops. Was trying to see how much the fire damage was. Even it was a 1. Anyway.
Although, oh shit! Actually, that it's not taking that into account in Foundry. So do let me know, and I'll have to calculate that manually. Shit.
Okay. 19. Also hit.
That's another hit.
That's a 4 for fire. But
Oh well, it is very dead.
Nice.
And honey. I have to fish for not net ones.
This was difficult terrain, by the way. This slope that you moved up here.
Okay, so
Just
5,
FYI.
10, 5, 10,
So 15, 20, 25.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah.
All right. Oh.
You know what you have to do. 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 You have to. You did it. You will become an oathbreaker. You know what you have to do. You have to.
I accept this. I will have an army of undead.
I am undeading you. That's it. Drop the haste. Drop the haste. He's going over the ledge.
That would be. Oh, that's 35 feet of movement to get you there.
He's
So you'd
hasted.
be able to get there. Oh, he's hasted. You're right.
Yeah.
Never mind.
17. Nice.
You've disappointed me.
I love you, Dad.
I don't.
That's a 1.
Okay.
How many attacks was that?
4.
Was it?
Yeah.
It was only 3. I can't count.
Yeah,
Ignore
that's
me.
2, 3. Yep. Nope.
That was 4. I did 2 on the first fire, 1 on the third. Yep. So I'm just gonna
That's right.
run back into the center to make sure my buddies don't die. Get a little bit closer to this, and
35,
call it.
40, 45, 50. How you got 60 feet?
60
is it?
feet of movement. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. And then I am my turn.
Okay, Uther, you're up.
Just man, there's quite a shooting gallery going on. As he'll go for the first one with an Eldritch Blast.
That's a hit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, so close to max damage. And blam.
Enough.
But still,
And then he'll turn towards the second one. Phew.
Another hit.
Nice. Time again. Oh. And then I'm going to shoot him again.
oh.
But your third shot, smashing a branch from the frostbitten tree in front of it, leaves it alive. Is that your turn?
Yes, as well as Naira's got focus going, so I'm just going to go. Keep Lurium going in super speed as he'll then crack off the shots and end his turn.
Okay.
In turn.
The Frostweave Matron is on sabbatical as we come around to the top of the round. Let's go ahead and see if this one is going to get back its recharge. It is not. So it will rush forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I'm gonna take.
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
I was about to be like, I'm gonna smack it anyway once it comes into our range.
Okay. Well, as it's there, Lorium, go ahead and give it a smacky smacky.
Hello, Spoder.
Hello, Spooter.
I
don't get sneak attack.
Goodbye, Spoder.
Well,
That's a hit.
another 1 on the fire damage. It's a third one.
Okay,
on the fire
you
damage.
give it a great. You just feel that your glaive deep as it tries to rush forward. That unfortunately means, Naira, you don't get your opportunity attack as its movement is reduced to 0 by that. But it will go ahead and try and bite our boy Wander
Hello, Spoder.
and fail. As Naira, you're up.
It's right next to her, and she's going to shriek a little bit and be like, "No!" Can I move here first, though?
Yes, you can. That one square would count as difficult terrain. Since you're on the edge of the icy slope there, but you're up.
It's a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, I know.
But that is a hit.
For that much.
And it's dead.
And then she's gonna turn to this one over here. And she has noticed that the fire is doing extra damage, right?
Yes, I would say that that's something that you would you'd have been able to catch on to by now.
And she's gonna go away!
Oh, it is 3 now. Is that double?
Okay. It is in fact, and yeah, the spider shrieks in pain as the flames lick across it. You actually see a great portion of its flesh appears to be literally melted, as like rivulets of water running down its body, where the fire has cascaded across it.
Naira feels better. And turn. Oh, look at that.
Okay.
No lair.
The frosty matron is not in its lair. But the spider that you just struck, now seeing you as a source of flame, rushes forward and is going to attack. And you unfortunately do not have your blade song up.
Still miss.
But that doesn't matter.
I do have my mage armor up.
Got it. As we come to Wander.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
thank you, Nick.
I'm here for you, Tyler.
As always. I got
He's asking you to give him a dex save.
bastard.
Oh,
But it is apparently wary now of the flame and dances aside. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
Nope.
Okay. We come to Midnight. You're up.
awesome. Midnight is going to run up behind his sister, and then I'm going to use my bonus action to pounce and jump over her. And as I'm doing that, I'm going to say, "Oh, come on now, Dreamer. It's just a bug." And kind of like how we did last time we encountered spiders, he's stating something that's not factually correct to kind of trigger her analytic mind to go. And then I will drop my bow and pull out my short sword and fuck this spider up.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
We're joking about him, but I'm waiting for one of them to actually hit with a bite and just do like 12d6 of ice damage.
That's a hit.
Cole, why do you
Nope.
keep willing bad things into existence?
Because I love doing it. It's funny.
And it is so very dead.
Dead Spoder.
Spooter dead.
Anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, I don't want to get too far away from my bow.
Okay. This spider. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rushing forward toward Wander.
Hello, Spoder.
One second.
No, bro.
Okay, so this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't quite get into flanking yet, but is also going to go ahead and give it a go.
Oh!
Oh, you critted.
I have a thing for that.
It's a
Have an
normal hit.
objection?
I have an objection.
Phoenix, right? Objection!
Little bitch!
It's saying I need to select a target. Who am I selecting?
Zisvan.
That one.
And it's going to go again. And a 20 I don't think is going to do it, huh?
Nope.
And we come to the next one, which also rushes in 2, 3, 4,
Oh, damn.
5, and is going to attack this time with advantage.
Hello.
But a 21 still isn't going to do it. And this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't quite get in close enough for Wander, but it will be more than happy to attack you, Laurium, also with advantage. But a 13 ain't gonna cut it. As we come to you, sir.
Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna try to smack him one. Chimichapa 14. Oh, that's a hit. Okay.
They're baby spider. Well, I mean, comparatively.
Ooh, a 6. A 6 on the fire die.
Okay, it is still just up, but it is shrieking in pain. As I said, just like it seems like as the flame flared, a huge portion of its body literally like evaporated in a puff of steam rather than blood.
Oh yeah, I should mention, when Lorium began combat, the flames that are generally around the glaive, yeah, they're not the yellow divine flames anymore. They're the red and orange flames. But also, there's the usual purple, kind of like when he smites. There's a little bit of purple embers around every hit, but as well as now a little bit of a red flame, kind of semblance of Wander's, making almost a magenta.
Nice.
But no.
Angry Magenta is a great color name.
Angry Magenta. I still have 2 more attacks. So let's do this.
I think that's our band name now. Angry Magenta.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's another hit. And
2 on the
2
fire
on the
die.
fire die.
Go do it again.
Angry Magenta is our traveling troupe. We don't want to be known as
there
the
it
is.
Lions of the Thrashing Coast.
There's the miss. And that was 4 attacks. So now I end my turn.
That was 5 attacks.
Okay.
That was not.
No, it wasn't. It was 4. I counted.
Oh, okay. I see you don't want me to gaslight Cole.
Gaslights the hell out of our other DM.
But Uther, you're up.
Uther's going to take his advantage and then lose it against him to shoot the spider.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Roll.
I should have given advantage to somebody.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Go ahead. Call it.
I'll give it to myself.
That is a hit, sir. And that is a dead spider. And,
Nice.
And then, yeah, I'm going to say this guy over here. And a few.
Another hit.
Can I change my mind and give it to Uther?
And another few.
Yeah, sure.
Nice. I will take it. Hey, and another 12.
And
He
it
did.
down. It had 12 exactly, so good job, sir.
Nice.
Nice.
And
then
your
with, yes, and with the final bit of what I got, I'm gonna throw it over to and go. Come on, Scout. Finish this thing off and give him an inspiration.
Okie dokie.
And then in my turn.
I love how he's like, Scout, finish this off. Your wife goes before me. The spider's dead.
So I already got one.
And the Frostweave Matron is continuing her sojourn on the Astral Sea. So, Lady Naira.
Naira is pretty pissed off and just gonna poop.
What?
Holy
nice.
shit.
Nice.
Yeah, so it was on 2 hit points before its vulnerability to fire was taken into account. So I'm gonna go ahead and say it's not even dead. Like, you just let out this blast of flame, and there is this burst of steam, and then when the flame clears, there is just no sign. There's just like a patch of scorched rock.
It's easier to imagine them as ice cubes than as spiders.
We should invest in those. A Halloween store that sells frozen spider ice cubes.
Yeah.
Some of them were lemon flavored.
Some of them are alive. When the ice cube melts, the spider crawls out of your cup.
But with that, Wander, you can feel the presence of the Frostweave matron being held at bay by your banishment. And Naira, you got a 30-odd on your Arcana earlier?
Yeah. Something
Go
like
ahead
I
and
think it
roll
was
me
33.
another Arcana with advantage. And Wander, you can go ahead and roll me a religion check.
Yay! Religion.
Okay.
I'm a god-fearing robot.
It's hard to tell. You're kind of got the heebie-jeebies from all the skittering spiders that just appeared out of the environment around you. It's hard really to focus on what your extra senses and your detect magic may be telling you. Other than you can still feel this strange presence of cold in the air. But Wander, with your religion check, with the information that Naira had shared with you earlier about the magical nature of the spiderwebs and their impact, their effect as a focus for the cold weather, you can, with the connection that your power has established with the matron and the kind of change that you can feel in the air around you with her absence, you believe that essentially the effect that Naira shared about the web and the impact that it has on this portion of the mountain, you recall from your adventure in Eldenil, where Naira described the impact that the presence of a creature as powerful as a dragon has on the environment around it. Where, in the case of a black dragon, things will begin to decay and life will lessen in the area around it. You believe that the Frostweave matron that you currently have held at bay is having a similar effect on this portion of the mountain.
Would I similarly believe that killing the creature would lessen that effect?
Yes, almost certainly.
Cool. Knowing that, Wander's gonna point over generally to where he remembers it being, and he's gonna go, alright, big one.
It's like right here.
Yeah, it was around. It was in around here somewhere.
Alright, so question, what if I just pick up a boulder? I dimension door 500 feet above this spot, and then drop the boulder. And as I fall, I just misty step to right here.
I would require a dexterity kind of save, essentially, to kind of judge the timing on that Misty Step, because
that's coming
Misty Step can only take you 30 feet, and so there's a very narrow margin between Misty Step and Splat.
We're coming in hot.
There's a level of precision needed with that, but it would certainly be a strategy that would be available to you.
Or
you could just beat it to death.
What if Uther and I overlaid shatters again? Could we destroy the area that it would be basically coming back to, so would fall instead?
You're not gonna say our ambulance, would you?
it would potentially fall, but given its size, you don't know like how far it would fall, because like given the width of the crevasse that it would be falling into, it would basically just be able to kind of go before it got too far down, and kind of catch itself on the two opposite walls before it hit the bottom. It would almost certainly take at least some damage from it, but you don't believe that it would be a case of it go bye-bye.
Well, I would like to, I don't know, hide somewhere. But it's just a giant ice cube, right? It's just a big ice cube.
30 seconds.
While they've been
Voting countdown.
29, 28.
While they've been having this discussion, Midnight has been making his way up here.
That's a lot lower than I thought I had.
I will actively move into the space whenever it comes around to my turn.
Well, yeah, okay, so for now, we'll consider ourselves out of initiative. You guys can kind of, because you did have a good, 45 seconds, so you can move yourself anywhere that you would position yourself in that time. But if you want to discuss any kind of strategy between yourselves, then, that will be considered time as part of a countdown.
I'm gonna, because you'll only have one round of haste after it comes back, right? Unless we bring it back early.
Unless you bring it back early, yeah.
Either bring it back early or I'm gonna drop it before.
Well, I said we bring it back early, but I want everyone
Let's
to be in position.
let's do that then. Let's bring it back early.
Hold
Okay.
action to multi-attack beatdown.
I'm gonna hold a shot at it.
Okay, essentially, what we'll do then, it's at the end of initiative anyway, so we'll just we'll bring it back, and we'll call it from, top of the round, and you guys can all just, take your actions, and then it will take its. Sound good?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Okay, so.
Is the action going to trigger?
No. Well, because that's going to be considered. Yeah, that's going to be considered you guys just, giving it the JoJo meme as it reappears.
Cool.
So Wander, you go ahead and drop your concentration.
Can I flavor it just because I think it'd be
Absolutely, please do.
fun? We all get into a position and about, we're all crouched or, Lorian's ready to fucking and just a second before Wander is ready to drop it, he starts raising the mace. And before he drops it, just suddenly there's this huge, 12-foot tall rift of fire that expands and pulls open, and the matron just kind of tumbles out of it.
Nice.
Okay. And,
Beautiful.
I'm going to go ahead and roll 1d4, and that'll be the number of rounds that it took you guys to kind of position yourselves, just for the purposes of how much time is left for haste. Does that sound fair to everyone?
Sure.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Oh,
Sounds good.
You guys were Johnny on the spot. It only took you a few seconds to get yourselves into position, so we'll go ahead and get it to round 4. And as it tumbles out of the rift, quickly kind of righting itself as its icy claws hammer into the slick, snow-covered rock, it lets out this tittering shriek of anger and protest, and Naira, you are the first to respond to its reappearance.
Can I see it from where I am?
You can, yes. It's kind of coming up over the lip of the canyon wall.
I kind of want to do something to ruin your day, but I'm going to start with just a firebolt.
Oh, Wander already took care of that.
Goddamn banishment. All my monsters are going to have a +9 to their charisma saves from now on.
Yeah, this spider's actually super charismatic. You just need to talk to him.
Look into its eyes. Tell me it's not.
Would this be considered a surprise round?
No. It was kind of aware that it was going to be coming back into a hostile environment. These are essentially just all of your held actions going off.
Oh.
Okay, so that is my turn.
Okay. Wander.
Hello.
Bet. Y'all know what time it is. Give it a bop.
Give me the bop, 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 bop.
Give me a bastard. That's what I do.
You note that it is actually very quick on its feet. The legs, these giant legs, just shifting and shimmering with this unnatural speed. And you notice that as it moves, the air seems kind of flurry and eddy with snow around it.
Actually, just because I can, I am going to move forward. Gonna go boop 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 boop.
Okay.
That's it.
Midnight. You're up.
Yes. Okay. First things first. I'm going to bonus action Eddie aim, and then I just need to check when I do this one thing. Okay, cool. Hell yeah. Fun. So I am going to attack it with Witch Hazel at advantage, but I'm going to sharpshooter it, so I'll take the -5, but I'm also going to use precision attack, so I'm going to add a D8 superior die.
Yeah. Damn.
Love that. Okay. So then that's plus 4d6 plus 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Chalk.
Okay.
I'm really having fun with this spider stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's my turn. I can't move.
Battle Master shit.
Okay.
Oh, that didn't go down as much as I wanted it to.
Yeah,
That's
your
why I didn't
arrow
know.
streaks out and buries itself in this in the spider's carapace, actually smashing an egg on its way through. But you realize as the arrow strikes that it seems like a needle compared to the bulk of this thing.
Does it seem like it's made of inorganic material like ice?
Uh-oh.
From your understanding, Naira would kind of just know this, with your understanding of the nature of kind of magical creatures and things like that, you would consider this more in line with an elemental than a construct. So essentially, even though it would have properties of ice, for example, it would be considered living flesh.
Okay, so I'm just looking up shatter.
I figured.
16 applied. Huh.
As you bring your glaive down, and the flame strikes and flares as it strikes, you are actually able to see that whereas for the smaller spiders, they seemed to kind of melt and fall away. In this case, the flame actually gutters a little as it comes in and seems to encounter an almost aura of cold. And in fact... Okay, yeah.
Do something funny?
And in fact, what?
Yes, it does. As your glaive strikes in, there is a splash, a spray of ice-cold liquid that spatters across you, and you feel it leaching the heat from your skin as you take 11 points of cold.
Have to.
5.
We'll just say, stay away from using fire on this one. Doesn't seem to fuck with it much.
You tell us about the blood.
Nope. Wander can see it, and he's the only other one I expect to actually attack it with.
And it dishes back another 13, halved to 6.
Yep. My last attack. You see, he will not care. He will continue
Just laughing and uproariously as this blood, as this icy spray comes back at you. And only 8, half to 4.
Look at Wander and say, just try not to smack it too close.
Okay.
His turn.
Uther, you're up.
You have advantage, Uther.
Wondrous. Uther is going to. He's got a stupid idea. So the first thing he's gonna do is he's gonna twist his hand out towards it, and he's going to go, "Hey, you! You're gonna fuck this up," and I'm gonna hit him with a. It was a 7.
Ooh.
Mm.
And then I'm going to give him a good old-fashioned hold monster.
Oh!
Mm.
-1.
With the with the 7 on its from your unsettling words is on -1 as it was preparing to lunge forward at Lorium and Wander. You saw this kind of cold malevolence gathering around it. You drum this cord, and the reverberations of it kind of billow out through the snow eddies around you, and just kind of wrap around it, and it freezes, appropriately enough, in place.
And then I'm just gonna smile and go, I think I got her held for a second. And with the pant, and then in turn.
Okay. At the end of
Damn.
each of its turns, it can make another wisdom saving throw. So, on its turn, it shrieks and chitters in objection, and is going to go ahead and make itself another wisdom saving throw. Which it fails.
Has it had a turn?
No,
No.
absolutely not. Not a single one.
Hell yeah.
From Naira.
I'm so sorry. Hey, we Wander. It fails deck saves automatically.
Woo!
And I believe all attacks
Speaking-
against it are made with advantage.
Of wisdom saves.
It's
Yes.
paralyzed, right?
Yeah.
It is paralyzed.
That's fucking rough.
Ha!
Which it fails. It's actually
Nice.
really fucking good at wisdom saves. Like, it's got a +5. It's just been
Really?
rolling
Evidence
absolute dog
To the
shit.
contrary. And that's really all I can do. So, end turn.
Okay. And I'm going to say that despite the paralysis applies to it only, and therefore, as the eggs on its back hatch and manifest new creatures, they are separate from the hold monster effect. So it is still going to be able to use its hatchling's lair action.
Yes.
As
Ooh.
in response to the distressed cries of pain of the matron. 2, 3, 4 little spiderlings burst forth. And we come to Wander.
Hello. Now, I would like to state, for the record, that I acknowledge that this is a bad idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
Fair.
That being
All for it.
said,
Duly noted.
I'm not just buying time to read it in full, I swear. Pay no attention to the lines.
I'm gonna
Right.
need a call.
I'm gonna cast this. I have to end concentration first because I'm not. Yeah. This.
Yeah, you already ended concentration, so you're good.
Blade barrier. It is a dex save.
And where are you placing it, sir?
I need to, because it's a 5 foot. Sorry, it's a 5 foot thick wall.
Mm-hmm.
So if I were to put it like there, let's see. So the wall area is 5 feet. I'm gonna make it a ringed wall,
Kind of. Okay.
and I'm gonna make it literally just in a circle such that it hits all the small ones and the big one, but not Lorium. I just don't know how to draw
up
a
to
circle.
60 feet in diameter. Just go ahead and draw like a radius with the measuring tool, like that, and then wherever you put the edge of the circle, basically, we will count that as the squares that are affected by the blade barrier.
Okay.
So
let's see,
like,
the radius
you
would
did
be
it
like
kind of like
that.
for example.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is
kind
what
of
I
adjust it to be there. Yeah, so you probably couldn't hit all of them.
without.
Because if it was big enough to, because if it was big enough to get all of the small ones, the big one would just be inside it. But yeah, you could put it like there, for example, and get all of the small, or kind of there, and get all of the small ones plus the big one.
Cool. I am down with that.
So call it that.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
I'm also gonna make it. Let's see, it's 60 foot in diameter. I'm gonna make it 10 feet high, such that Midnight can, or well, whatever the height would be, right? Such that Midnight can still see the creature. So that
it's huge sized. So
Yeah, okay.
10 foot high. Like it's kind of rearing up over that.
Cool.
So definitely, yeah.
And then I'm gonna
You
roll
also
damage.
know.
Yep, first time on a
Dude.
turn. Or starts his turn there.
And it fails the save,
Yeah.
so it takes 37.
Damn, that's good damage.
And
Yeah.
all of those little
God
fuckers have to
damn.
make saves too.
And
Yes, they do. Okay. So first thing, 1, 3, 2. That brings it down to that. And then these guys need to give you 3 dex saves. Oh, I think that's a success.
It is. So it takes half. No.
That's a fail. That'll be 19.
Yeah.
So
So
2
19
successes and a
passes.
fail.
Yeah.
So that was, believe it or not, that was a success. This one fails, and as the blades come in, is just like eviscerated into nothing. It just turns into literally just this expanding cloud of ice particles. As the other 2 both shriek in pain, as these blades spin into existence and just chop huge chunks from their carapaces.
Mommy, please.
And
Save us.
just for flavor, in the matron, the swords are. Yeah, I can do this. It's a flavor spell. The swords are actively avoiding it, and there is a single massive greatsword just piercing into it and pushing deeper into the abdomen.
Nice.
Okay.
Badass.
And yeah, it's just this frantically like tugging and pulling against the ties that Uther has bound around it as the blade just pushes deeper and deeper. And you can see that despite the aura of cold that surrounds it, there is this just blue blood kind of almost seems to be boiling and vapor cloud rising from the wound.
That's
As
what I
it
do.
shrieks in pain, and okay, that's your turn?
Yep.
Okay. And we come to Midnight, you're up.
Okay. I also have a question.
Yeah.
I wanted to get down from where I am very quickly. I would need to make a check to make sure I could. You know what? I just heard myself and I'm exhausted. Never mind.
I'm really tired. I don't want to do that, actually.
Oh no, but I could still do that. I just want to try a thing. I want to do a thing.
You're
Yeah,
about
what would that?
25 feet up, where you from like there to there. Just
25?
so you know. Yeah, 25.
Oh, perfect.
And also,
Then yeah, I'm gonna. I want to hop down to here,
Okay.
and that's acrobatics. Well, hold on. You said
go ahead
25.
and 25 feet, yeah.
I can, because of my tabaxi thing, because it's under 30 feet, I can make a dexterity check to, like, no damage land on my feet.
You can indeed. But that will be at
But
disadvantage from your
disadvantage.
exhaustion. Yep.
Yes, it will be, and I will add the D8 Uther gate.
Okie dokie. What's the DC?
Of
Of your dexterity check.
I don't
In order
you
to
haven't-
successfully
I know this. It is.
That was a weird question. I think that threw everyone off.
Yeah.
Andrew asking what the
Hold
DC
on.
was.
I was like, wait, aren't you the one said that?
It just says if you fall 30 feet or less as a reaction, you can attempt an acrobatics. Oh, to just avoid falling prone. So there's no DC, so I guess it's whatever you set. What is the DC?
You can fall 10 feet and and up to 30 feet, taking only half damage. Okay, so basically, you only take half damage from the fall if it's less than 30 feet, and you can attempt an acrobatics check. Standard acrobatics DC is 15, so I'll say in this case you do not fall prone, but you do take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you land pretty hard on that icy and snowy rock.
Uther is doing work for me today. And then I'm going to. So that was probably like what, 5 feet of movement? 10?
10 feet.
20? Okay. 15, 20, 25.
And this, by the way, is difficult terrain that you're. These squares here. This is a particularly steep portion of this pass.
Okay. I will bonus action dash to just go ahead and give myself 60. So that'll be 5, 10,
Okay.
15, 20, 25, 30.
That's no longer
40.
difficult terrain up here.
Okay. I want to get here.
Yeah, with your bonus action, no problem.
And then I'm going to have lots of fun with this. I'm going to take Witch Hazel and attack this spiderling. We'll see if I hit.
Okay,
This is just
do you
regular.
have precise shot? I keep on forgetting.
For what do you mean?
Because it's got a little bit of cover from that tree.
Oh, I ignore cover because of sharpshooter.
Ah, that's the one. Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I keep on
reverted back into 3
Yeah,
For
sorry.
some- Yeah.
All right.
No, you're
It's like
fine.
we're speaking elite speak right now.
What I am
that's
gonna
a name
do
I haven't heard in a long time.
is gonna take sneak attack damage, and then I'm also gonna burn another superiority die to do a pushing attack, and I want to launch that fucker into the blade wall.
Okay.
If it survives.
Shredder.
It does survive. For your arrow it is shrieking as your arrow pierces it, and it looks like it would survive, but then it is pushed into the blade barrier, and no rolls necessary. The amount of health it has left, it is literally impossible. It is like pushed back by your arrow, and once again just kind of
Does it look
And
like
then
the
I just-
Indiana Jones where the guy gets pushed into the airplane?
Yeah, it just goes full Indiana Jones.
I just need to check one thing, because I can't remember if this is just a thing that happens. Oh, fuck yeah. It's just a thing that happened. It's not going to do much, so never mind.
Okay.
I won't accent search.
Okay. We get to the spiderling that I believe now or starts its turn there. And go ahead and roll, because I don't think there's any chance of it surviving, but you might roll 6 ones.
Hiya! I did not.
Not looking like 6 ones, my god.
And that spiderling go bye-bye.
And what's great is that if it spawns any of them, they will also die.
It's so dark.
That's beautiful.
But the funny thing is he's paralyzed. I'm within 5 feet of him, and now all my hits are crits.
Yeah, I'm kind of aware. That's a hit.
So you know what you have to do because you're critic, right?
This is your opportunity to get like 300 damage.
Well, not really.
Just roll high, forehead.
Oh, God.
Not really, huh? Not really, huh?
That was with my 2nd level Divine Smite.
So there's 78.
Damn.
Did you get a super critical? No.
Go ahead and throw an extra D8 in there, just, for shiggles. Because, why not? You've already made, you guys have already curb stomped this, so.
Wow,
There's 59.
even worse.
It's still there.
Cole, you know what you have to do.
I
Leave
saw-
it be. Just leave it be. Just leave it be. Let it die to the blade barrier.
God damn it. Why do you have to fucking make the intrusive thoughts?
I am your intrusive thought.
He has 2 attacks left, but yes, he is simply just... You know what? I'm gonna use my bonus action.
Lock it in the head. Lorium, I hasted you. Lorium, I hasted you so you could kill the spiders for me. I will be
Don't let that intrusive voice speak.
I will be insulted if you waste the opportunity, man. That was my magic. That was a, 3rd level spell?
She pranked you.
I can't. I'm gonna use a bonus action, Harness Divine Power. Get my one of my 2nd level spell slots back, so I'm at 2.
Okay.
Really? You know what? I drop haste.
He turns around and walks away because cool guys don't look at explosions, and then haste gets dropped in and freeze.
Oh, I thought I was the only one who did that.
As Uther, you're up.
Let it be.
Kill him for me, Uther. Shatter that shithead.
Uther, you know what you have to do.
He's like, yeah, I killed the little one.
Uther's silence is speaking volumes.
I have to kill that little spider. Look at that little spider
And
dead.
you do indeed. And again, I'm just going to say it, from the blade barrier.
It starts to fall out of the blade barrier, and then it just gets.
Oh.
You know you have to do. You know you have to do. You have to leave it be. You have to leave it be. Let the
Totally gonna dispel magic. I'm totally gonna dispel magic.
It'll be dead if Uther ends its turn. It'll die if Uther ends its turn.
He'll just stare at it and then just be like, nah. I like watching the blender. And then end his turn.
Yeah!
And it automatically fails its dexterity saving throw before it gets to make its will save. So, Wander, please go ahead and roll
Damn.
more goddamn damage.
38.
Oh my god.
38. Okay, there we go. And, Wander. What happens as your blade barrier completes its horrible work?
I made a smoothie. So all of the blades kind of like disperse so that there's like a window for us to watch through, and the singular large flaming greatsword just kind of like pushes a bit further, and it starts to like scream, like just a little bit, just like and it tears out in one swift motion, and then just cleaves straight through.
Like ice
Before then,
falling into
all of the
water.
tiny blades begin to like actually eviscerate it.
So remember I mentioned that snow cone? Here's your
I'm making
chance.
As the
My God.
blade, the great flaming greatsword, cleaves through it, the other blades manifesting, closing in, chipping away at the icy hide, slicing and slashing through the eggs that covered its carapace, ensuring that no more will spawn. Its body, under the assault, seems to begin to melt. Whereas before it seemed to kind of be hardening over time, the ice growing colder and colder and more solid. With its death, that is rapidly reversed. The glinting crystal eyes and the shard-covered skin begin to soften and melt, running down. The bones of white permafrost showing through the skin. And you can see them forming a cave as this exoskeleton becomes more and more apparent, forming a cage around a strange, twisting shape at the start, at the heart of this creature, like a flame, but made of darkness and cold. And Wander, in your hand, Flamebearer actually flares in response, growing brighter for a moment, more intense. The flame at the heart of it flares in response as well. And for a moment you can feel the power of the two at odds with each other in the air between you. Before, as more and more of the spider falls away, Flamebearer flares again, and the darkness in the flame dissipates into the air around it. But flame remains, now glimmering and glowing white hot. And in the swirling heat of the in the swirling wind of the mountain pass, eddies and swirls itself and comes toward you and is absorbed into Flamebearer. You feel a flare of heat and warmth, a feeling of almost fulfillment from Flamebearer as it kind of is able to dispel and right this being of permafrost and cold and darkness. And Lorium, you are the first to feel, as now there seems to be a aura of warmth and calm in the air around Wander. Though you yourself are largely inured to much of the cold that has assailed your friends and your group on the ascent, it is nonetheless a relief as you feel yourself almost seeming to stand in front of a warm hearth, being this close to your friend, and the mace that he holds.
Let's go.
Mobile heater activated.
Mobile heater?
If we touch the thermostat, and Dad's gonna be really mad.
I'm already mad. Get off the cliff.
Okay, shit. Oh, heck fire, brother. That's all you had to say.
But, well, we'll just say to Wander, you know what just happened? Hey, Midnight, get over here.
A good thing.
Oh my God, that feel Dreamer, and he just like motions like come here. Trust me, you need to feel this. Oh,
Oh,
This
don't
is
say it like
nice.
that. That's weird.
Oh, don't make it weird. God.
You're making it weird. Fuck off.
No, it wasn't weird until you said something.
Bullshit, you're weird.
Well, you're fucking weird too.
It's like Lorian's no longer the uncle. He's like still an uncle, but they're brothers.
A lot's changed in this timeline.
Naira, Uther, what are you guys doing?
Just
No.
watched on with amazement. And then just... You know, Wander, you're a rather curious thing. I'm rather interested in finding out all of these things that are hidden up here about you.
Give me an insight check.
It's terrible. Oh, okay, not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, it's not 5. As you say the words you say, you see Wander kind of tilt his head a little and kind of pull his chin downward as though he's about to have some kind of like soft rebuttal, like nothing aggressive, but like a "I'm not weird" kind of thing. And then he thinks better of it, and he just looks up at you and he says, "I am ready to."
Yeah. Whatever you find is back there, just know that you're pretty great now. So even if it is something bad, that you're not. Because I think you're pretty great. But yeah, let's go.
You're great too. And then we all march off into the now made
Before,
sunset.
I was gonna say, before Wander gets too far, Midnight will just say, "It was meant to be." One thing I've learned in this life is sometimes people and things are there for a reason.
Talking to me, or just like out loud
Yeah.
to the group.
To Wander, this is directly to Wander.
We made it be.
Exactly, buddy. And then he'll give you a nice pat on the shoulder and like, you're a little hot there, buddy.
I'm comfortable. All right.
Yeah, he's not actually like hot to the touch. There's just this kind of, like I said, it's like an standing in front of a warm fireplace. But if you touch him, it's not like touching the fire.
It's not like I've got.
Oh, in that case, like I put my hand on the pad and I'm like, oh, that's. I just like lay my face on your arm as we walk for a little while.
It's like a heat pack.
This cold's just been getting to me.
Wander holds his shield in the same hand that he uses to drape his arm around you, just to like hold you. And we just start walking. He's holding his mace up like an Olympic torchbearer.
Well, that was some cool new magics that both of you were using, as he says to Wander and Uther.
Yeah, it's the new one I picked up. It's like trying to play a symphony at double speed, but I'm glad I was able to snag him with it.
I think that's the first time I ever saw somebody affect a creature that fucking big.
Yeah, he was struggling. As you can see, even with the cold, he was sweating. That was a magical exertion for Uther.
And Wander, that was badass. Made a whole fucking army on him.
Thank you.
No, thank you. That was a treat.
he says, not having gotten up from being face down in the snow.
No.
No, thank you, Wonder. That was cool.
No, he walks over. And
I
thanks
lay
for the
myself face down in my turn.
Yep. Just you wait. If I ever play a ranger, that's going to be my thing. It's all right. I go prone. I take my shots. They have disadvantage on me. All right. I take my shots. All right. I look straight down and I end my turn.
Artificer Ranger with a gun.
You can make Chris Kyle. Shoot from half a mile away.
Thanks for the boost, boss, but that didn't last as long as it usually does. Why'd you end it so quick?
You didn't need it anymore.
Damn.
Was that wrong?
No, it's good to see you. Trust me.
And even when you step out of the new aura of warmth that is emanating from Wander, you all note that the wind does seem to have just a little less bite in it than it did an hour previous. Still obviously cold, inhospitable. You are several miles at this point up a mountain, and the air around you is swirling with blizzard and cloud. The drifts of snow that you move through, in some cases knee-high or even deeper, but no longer biting at you with the same malevolence that they used to, as you continue your way up. As you travel, you see that much of the land that you are continuing through was previously festooned with web. But as you travel, you see much of it seeming to melt away. Though the weather is certainly cold enough that there is still a great deal of natural ice and snow. The unnatural nature of the magics that were sustaining these impossibly delicate crystalline structures of ice has faded, and now the elements are battering them to nothingness as you walk through. In some cases, you do still see shreds of them remaining. Smaller examples of the spiders that you fought skittering away and from your notice as you approach it, particularly from Wander, as the flame lights your way. But with him leading the way as you go, you complete the rest of your journey untroubled by any further wildlife or malevolence of the mountain. And once again, find yourselves ensconced in Uther's warm and dry hut through the night. Is there anything that anyone wishes to do with the evening or night? You believe that at this point you're probably about 3/4, maybe a bit more, of the way to the to where you believe the observatory, the entrance to the observatory would be.
Are there any
probably
signs?
have another day or two.
Are there any signs on the surrounding, like, we'll say peaks, for lack of better brain worky? Are there any signs of like construction, or even like a giant telescope pointing out of a mountain? But you get what I'm trying to say. Like, are there any signs of civilization?
Go ahead and give me perception checks, everybody.
Let's go. When I
Ooh.
Oh my.
Question: is this happening this same day or the next day?
Same day?
Same day? Yeah, I assumed this was as you were traveling throughout the rest of the day.
Oh, right.
I just needed to know mechanically if I'm still exhausted.
I think it's only on ability checks, not skill checks, at the first level.
Is it? I thought it was both.
Because I thought it was at a later level. It specifies that's skill checks.
It says ability checks, and then it's attack rolls and saving throws later.
Yep, it's ability checks.
Skill checks and ability checks are the same
thing, yeah.
Are they? Oh, okay, fair enough then.
In relation to this, yeah.
Then yes, yeah, okay.
Because, like, really, an athletic check is a strength, quotes, athletics check.
Fair. But looking around, no, you don't actually see any signs of any kind of serious construction. A portion of that is likely because it is actually, like, at this altitude, much of the air around you is obviously thick with cloud and snow. Visibility is pretty limited on anything to like try and see any degree of detail. You're still able to navigate, given the prominence of some of the landmarks that Naira's been pointing out as you've ascended. Like, you can kind of look off to the west and see sort of the other peak that she's been using to triangulate with another one, kind of thing. At least at portions of the day. Sometimes the cloud and the weather is so thick that even that is shrouded from you. But as for the slopes themselves, no, you actually don't see any signs of any serious construction. If only you had asked Baranor for some detail about the Celestial Observatory.
A map. Its name is Naira.
It.
At least I called her Naira.
For the next day, since the only reason he did it was for the extra heat for anyone who is struggling, and now we have a mobile heater, so he will reattune the glaive to radiant.
Okay. And just assume you're all traveling, gathered around said mobile heater.
Just about.
And so, on this next day, the weather is closing in, making navigation even more difficult than it will have been in the past. But, Naira, please do go ahead. Oh yeah, anybody who wishes, you are, of course, able to complete your long rest within the confines of Uther's shelter.
Get the funny points.
And Naira, please go ahead and give me a cartography tool check.
Guido.
Okay, DC 20.
Hell yeah.
You are able to... Oh, 28. Okay, right. Why did it make you roll a Constitution save?
She's concentrating on something still. It was the haste, probably.
Weird.
Haste.
Yeah.
Oh, probably. Let's just go ahead and take care of that. Oh, there we go. Never mind. So 28. Yeah. You are able to use a brief break in the weather early on in the day to very assuredly determine your location on the slope, mapping it out against the coordinates that Baranor gave you, and once more, very firmly pointing the way, the most direct route toward the destination. Midnight, for your part, since she was able to beat DC the 28, go ahead and roll your survival with advantage as you attempt to find the path. 21. Okay. With a 21, you are able to see that the most direct route to the destination that has been placed and picked out for you there is no avoiding. You are now at a portion of the mountain where there is no avoiding terrain, or like difficult terrain that would require climbing. Slopes at this height are here, covered with ice and deep drifts of snow. There is kind of no route that you can see that would be what you would describe as easy. And the direct route in particular, you can see laying, like what lies ahead, is a very steep shelving of cliffs that you're able to spot from quite a distance out. So, but you are able to try and adjust your route if you prefer. Doing so, you can see that if you were to take a detour, you would potentially be able to find an easier, but certainly not easy path. Or you could attempt to find some solution to the sheer cliff faces that you can see ahead.
Midnight will kind of let everybody know the two options that we have. Anybody have a preference?
How high up is it?
The cliff faces that you can see are several hundred feet at least. The kind of sheer areas of the rock face. You'd estimate there's probably a good 600, maybe 700 feet of almost vertical slope ahead of you. On this route. You're not quite there yet, but you can kind of see it as an obstacle ahead, given the route that that you were picked out to the destination that Nairo indicated.
Gotcha. I would just say, I mean, if we get a little bit up there, we can just use some magic to, zip on up.
Uther nods at that. Yeah, that's kind of where my head was at on that. Because if we can get up 100 feet, I can quickly pull Wanderer up another 500 and get us up to the ridge.
Oh, you got potions of climbing.
We do also have potions of climbing.
And a rope of climbing.
Mm-hmm.
And pitons!
It's like we prepared. So out of character for us. I say, looking at the potion of acid resistance that I still have. Hoard him like a Skyrim character.
I have a question just to ask the table, just because it's a thought that popped in my head, and I feel like you'd have to do some adjusting to the weapon to make it work, but like, could you, if you made those adjustments, tie a rope to an immovable rod and shoot it out of a crossbow to where that it would click the button?
That's some hefty business.
Like, in
I know.
theory? I mean, you could certainly try. Let's put it that way.
Like, tie it around to a point where it gets to a certain extent, like a certain length of rope, and then it tightens and fucking clicks it?
Or like, just have the rope tied to the immovable rod, and when you shoot it, the immovable rod hits and the button clicks and it stops, and now you have a rope you can climb up.
It's like a harpoon gun, but it doesn't go into anything, it just clicks. Keep shooting until it does.
Okay. It was one of those thoughts that I just kept thinking about. So,
I mean, as an archer, Midnight would know that, like, if you want to use an arrow to get a rope somewhere, what you do is you tie a very thin thread to the arrow. Because if you tie anything that would be useful for, like, actually climbing, anything that substantial would basically turn the aerodynamics into that of a brick. So you might be able to get like 50, 60 feet out of it if you had a really powerful shot, but probably no more than that.
Yeah, how they
you had, like specifically kind of a really thin cord, lightweight cord or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say how they used to do it is like the ballistas, like the big Roman scorpions, and then you can shoot, but then you're launching a spear essentially.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. It was just a thought that popped in my head, and I was just like, I wonder.
Could use an animate object to have a couple of rocks just carry it up and then activate it while it's up there.
Yeah.
Does animate object give them a fly speed or just a move speed?
I don't know. Let me look.
I believe it's a fly hover.
Animate objects. Let's see.
Yeah.
Decide blah blah blah. Plan side. It has a flying speed of 30 feet and can hover. That's why the coins were so funny.
Fair enough.
Sorry for the diversion. Back to what would actually work.
No, that's a genuine solution. We could do that.
Yeah. Lorem's dumbass is starting to get out like
the range on it
shit.
is 120 feet though, so that would be the maximum distance they could get away from you before they deanimated.
Right, but as long as they activate the rod, we can just like find a place to stand. They carry it up more, and then we grab the rope again. Like hypothetically, right?
Hypothetically, yes.
So it's an option if we don't want to go around. That this is all assuming that we're gung ho on climb the mountain.
Well, we got those potions and everything.
Yeah, right. We prepared for it. We might as well use them.
You have to use them.
There's no other place to climb. It's only right here.
Well-
And climbing would cut the time down, right? Well, potentially, depending on how well.
The
Yeah.
detour that you can kind of like looking at the shape and the layout of the slopes ahead of you, the detour would probably add at least 1 day, probably 2.
I say we go for it. I say we climb, right? Like, well, first of all, I say no detour. So, all in favor of no detour?
No detour. Climbing is funnier to Lorium.
That's 2.
I'm ready to climb. Let's give it a shot.
That's 3. Nick, where's Nick?
We're literally climbers. We literally
Yeah.
have climb speed.
It's like we were wondering if you want to climb. We were like, y'all can take 2 days and we'll climb.
Oh, look at me. I'm born with claws and shit. Fuck.
If you suggest that for Wander's communion with space bears, he takes 2 days while you go ahead of him, he will melt down.
Don't suggest that. Look, just live in the fact that Midnight wants to be near you now and is not afraid.
Naira can 100% get there before you. Naira's gonna have tea with the space bears while you're climbing up that mountain.
You're gonna get hold person so fast halfway up the mountain and just drop.
That's so mean.
I'm just gonna change sides. You're like, hey, Fatful Truth, you want to really hurt these people?
Watch this.
Check this one. So climbing is the plan. Do we want to go rod mode? Do we want to go Do we want to go potion? Do we want to? Yeah, I'm holding the die. Do we want to go just try to climb it and see what happens?
I think we have other. We might have something else we need to deal with before that.
That is
Well,
cool.
yeah.
Your decision made, you move forward toward the sheer rock face that Midnight spotted, and gains more and more definition. Though the weather worsens as you continue to climb, gradually it becomes clearer and clearer. As you climb, you eventually you're making your way through the kind of crags, avoiding the worst of the slopes, but eventually come to a place where there is no choice but to begin mountaineering in truth. Rocks climb away ahead of you, worn and weathered to an inhospitable slate gray by the seemingly perpetual blizzard. Anywhere where there is no stone, there is a thick layer of ice. And anywhere where there is neither, there is a drift of snow. And all around you, honed and concentrated by the narrow crags and passes, the wind howls. And so you come. Click.
Sorry, I gotta pull him out.
The two sides of the initial crevasse. This side is about 20 feet higher than this one. But each of these shelves above it, this one is 200 feet. This one, 300. And this one, 250.
200,
Hey, can-
300, 250?
I'm not
Sorry.
sure I understand what you're saying.
So,
Is that
from where you are here,
This
this one is 20 feet up. Then from here, this one is 200 feet up. From here, 300 feet.
okay?
And then from here, 250 feet.
Okay. Hmm.
Question.
Yeet.
Are the stones around us quote unquote raw material?
Why?
Great idea to ask that. For the purposes of fabricate, are the stones around us raw material?
Wait, hang on. I see. I think I see what somebody wanted to write there. Okay. Were you going to put the measurements on?
Yeah, I was just gonna drop him so we could, you know what I mean?
I'll put that in.
Did you erase them?
He was like, "Don't you be writing those bullshit."
Like, go get that shit out of here.
It's so cruel. It's like, all right, we have notes for this is 20 feet. Oh, okay. Just be careful that when you edit one, you don't edit all of them.
Yeah.
Because I have done that many a times. And lost a lot of work.
Oh no.
Ooh.
But this one's only 20 feet up. And it's about 30 feet across.
Okay.
35.
Same material from concrete fabric at a wooden bridge from concrete trees.
If I can use that as
Blah,
raw material, we only need to get over there, and then we can just climb normally.
For your fabricate, yes.
If, like I said,
You
if
were
it can be
8
made.
connected 5-foot cubes. Yeah, absolutely. Like it specifically says, a wooden bridge from a clump of trees. I suppose it would absolutely count as a stone bridge from stone.
Cool. So that would go, just wouldn't go all the way. So yeah, it could just be straight across, and then we can climb up.
Yeah, because it needs to be 8 connected 5-foot cubes, at most.
Yeah. So that would go there.
Do they
Wait.
have to be connected like on planes, or could they be connected at corners? Could you do like a staircase?
No, that would it needs to be a structure that would be able to support itself.
Okay, actually, wait. It says if you're working with metal, stone, or another mineral, the fabricated object can be no larger than medium within a 5-foot cube. So I can't do that
Fair
anyway.
enough. Okay.
Oh.
Nope. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
So-
that was pretty powerful. Yeah.
I can make a bridge. Getting across isn't hard. I'm more worried about the wind. How hard is the wind, Gustin?
Damn, okay.
Extremely. Like storm force.
So, like, if we're walking across a bridge, is there a likelihood we're going to fall off, or is it just...
Like, if the bridge was, like a proper kind of 5 foot wide with rails, then I would say minimal.
It won't be. It'll be a flat surface.
Then potentially, yes, there would need to be some checks just to make certain that you could cross it without being shifted by the wind.
How long will it last?
Ten minutes.
10 minutes. If anyone's afraid of failing, go across while holding on to the immovable rod.
Or we can just tie a rope to you and send you across, and then...
Good.
You are also an immovable rod.
That depends.
But yes.
Looked at the face.
But yes,
Lori,
that would be another way to
you
do it.
could get me across.
I can leap across and be fine.
All right. I'm gonna drink one of those potions of climbing, just in case.
Just smacks into the wall.
Oh no! No, I'm kidding.
I have ideas. Don't worry.
I'm excited for this bridge.
Expecting something, he'll just start taking out his rope. Oh, I have the immovable rod. Glorious.
Yeah.
We have two.
No.
We never went back to get the other one.
Oh, well, didn't we? We didn't buy
No, we
another
bought
one. did we?
one. We bought a
Yeah.
second one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that makes
Me
this
too.
incredibly easy. Jungle gym time.
Nope.
Fucking one after the other.
Incredibly easy, he says.
Kidding.
No, you're not kidding. It is incredibly easy for you.
Is there? I was gonna say, is there anybody who thinks they might be at a higher risk to fall?
Oh, 100% me. But I got magic.
Okay, I was gonna say because we could always hide them to Loria.
Who are you gonna do the funny bridge thing, or am I just jumping?
I can do the funny bridge thing. I wasn't sure. I've got 10 minutes, so I was gonna wait until everybody had made up their minds about what they were doing. It is a 5th level spell, so if everybody else was gonna be able to get across, then I was gonna do something different.
I can get across just fine. Wind be damned. He says, and then the storm wind. He fucking activates his rod.
Naira would automatically recall. Midnight did mention earlier that in certain places, quite like what you're seeing here with ice-shod stone that has been worn by eons of blizzards, even having a climb speed does not make it a sure thing on slopes such as this.
Just gonna be laughing when everybody else is trying to climb up the rock, and Lorium just does have 2 immovable rods. It's just hit. They're magnet climbers.
Climbing monkey bars.
Yeah, just a rope tied to them so that anyone else can just grab onto it at any time. Alright. What do you want me to do? You want me to take anything over there with me? You want to hold an end of rope?
What are you doing, guys?
I will. No. Midnight's vote is for the bridge.
Yeah, then do the bridge. Let's do it.
I will also vote for bridge.
Tie a rope around Lorium anyway, since he should be the first one to cross.
Sure.
I will pull out my hilarious rope and give it to Lorium, and before I do, I'll say Dorkage, and it'll nod itself. So if you need to drop that down, it'll make it easier to climb up. If someone needs to climb. Yeah.
Oh my
Such
gosh!
A funny use of that spell.
That is fucking genius, I'm not gonna lie.
It's supposed to be 10 foot by 10 foot.
Okay, if it's 10 foot wide, that is going to make the checks easier to cross.
Nice.
But the template doesn't look 10 foot wide.
100
which is
feet
yeah.
wall. We're all almost across. You cast Disintegrate on it.
Yeah, this is the ultimate prank. She just
I mean, I could just end concentration.
He's like, I need to find a new party.
Ooh.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Drops Woody.
Dang it, hang on.
You can put two of those together. Essentially make it.
Dang it, it's not letting me
I don't
rotate it
think-
like it
yeah.
normally does. Yeah.
Just assume that it's 10 foot across.
Okay, yeah. Okay. You'll be able to make it to this plateau, not to that one, because that would be an additional 200 feet. But yeah, cool. But yes, okay, you form this shape, and immediately you see it kind of carving a path through these eddies of snow, which does make it actually a lot easier to see the path than it otherwise would have been. And as Naira, you focus on holding this shape. Lorium, you said you were going to be the first to cross?
Sure. I will have the rope tied. I will tie a rope around my own waist. I'll have anybody help me with doing so. Slide a hand, please.
Yeah, I'll help you with that.
I'll Guido him.
Or I'll do it. And you
Yeah,
can help
there you
me.
go.
Doesn't that hilarious rope tie itself?
Yes, however, the hilarious rope is only like, what, 50 feet?
Once it's knotted, it's only 50 feet.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure, just in case.
Well, what I would allow you to do is hilarious rope around Lorium, and then other
Another
end
rope,
of hilarious rope with other rope.
Yeah. That's what I was going to do,
I'd
but in
rather
reverse. But
do
yeah, that
that.
works.
Cool. Okay, so the 26 there is to basically knot the other two, the two ends of the rope together, which, okay, you believe you've done a pretty decent job of.
And I'll have one immovable rod. And I'll start on walking, and I'll ready myself to any time it seems like I'm going to slip or some shit, I will activate it real quick and catch myself.
Okay. Because it is 10 feet wide, the platform that you're crossing, it is easier than it otherwise would have been, but I would still like you to give me either an athletics or acrobatics. Golly gee, I wonder which you'll pick.
An athlobatics roll.
No!
There you go.
You get advantage.
You did have a contingency plan
Yes.
for this, so you can go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
I also have a contingency plan.
Same. I do too.
13?
You are able to activate the immovable rod and stop yourself from plummeting. Unfortunately, you are in the air when you do it.
I'm right there.
So you basically, the wind, as you are crossing, the wind, a sudden blast of wind hammers into you and throws you off. As you feel your feet being carried off the edge of the floor beneath you, you are able to jam on the immovable rod, and you are now basically hanging from it with the with the wall of force pathway to the side of you. As strong as Lorium is, holding onto this rod is virtually effortless, even in these battering gusts of wind. But okay.
Gonna hold on to the rope on his waist so it doesn't get fucking, just dissipated. And also deactivate the immovable rod at the same time as casting Misty Step.
Okay. We're about halfway across, so 30 feet will get you just to the edge.
Don't worry, I had another contingency plan. If I fell further, guys, it's okay. It's okay.
You know, the thing about contingency plans is that if you do good, you don't need them.
Yeah, well,
we didn't do good. That's
we all
why
knew
we're worried.
I was going to roll a nat 1 on the first thing. But he's
I had my hopes.
He's not even breaking a sweat. He's fine.
Question.
Yee.
He misty stepped.
Uh-huh.
While
What
holding
happened
on
to
to
the
the
rope?
item.
What happened to the rope?
I was holding it, yeah.
The rope is now basically gathered on his end. So he basically now has all 150 feet of the rope on his side with him.
Here, catch this.
This feels like such an idea.
Okay. Rolling with disadvantage, not just from the range, but also from the howling winds around you, as you tie off the other end of the rope and try and yeet the javelin.
Dude, is it still tied to you, or
It's one end.
The other end of the rope is, yeah.
No,
He's got one end tied to him, the other end tied to the javelin. Go ahead and roll me your attack with disadvantage.
This way.
No. The wind catches it. Takes you a minute to reel it back in. About 3 minutes have passed at this point for this whole process.
You guys are all just watching, we could just go. It's I'm just...
Yeah, midnight will start heading across.
Without any...
Okay.
Okay.
Please go ahead and give me a acrobatics check.
the sudden regret?
Yeah, I was like, I almost said I have the other immovable rod, but I don't need it.
You should leave the last person across with the immovable rod.
Okay.
18 is enough, as you are able to use your claws and grip in onto the surface of the of your sister's magical bridge. You are able to make it to the other side.
Just saying, no. Nothing pierces the force.
I just mean, he's able to, kind of grip onto it with the pads of his feet and everything. And use his balance.
Once he gets back, I'm like, alright.
16. 16 will do it.
Aww.
The javelin is able to land there.
With a rope tied to it. Hey, who has the other rod?
Uther, please give me a dex save to try and grab it before the blizzard carries it away.
I got it. Nope.
Yeah.
I love
Let's get some more appropriate music here for a challenge like this. Here we go.
What I will do, because I assume that you're going to try at least one more time, is using his knowledge of like aerodynamics and shooting arrows. I will guide Lorium on the best like angle and direction.
How
to
much
throw
to
it.
lead it into the wind,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
So at least make this a
Okay.
straight roll and not disadvantage.
So you're telling me to throw it like this?
Yeah, let the wind carry it where you want it to. You don't have to do all the work, is what I'm saying.
Does that give me normal throw or disadvantage?
That does make it a normal throw.
Okay.
There you go, and this time it lands very solidly on the far side, and any one of the three is able to effortlessly grab it and pick it up. You now have, in addition to the wall of force, a rope stringing across from Lorium to whoever has the other end. It has now been about 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Am I the one who goes next? Is that how we do this now?
I would think the person
Probably.
with...
Let me follow closely behind you.
I heard closely behind me, so here I go.
I was thinking the last person with the move rod being like the strongest, have the rope tied to them so that anyone else going across.
Well, it's a dex save to activate the rod, right?
But I think it's my opinion. I think it's better to have Naira go last. She has a lot of things she can do.
Yeah.
And I think she has ways to get across, regardless of the grid.
To be perfectly frank, and worst case scenario, if Naira falls and dies, you guys all get across. If Naira falls and dies and goes before, you two, the party is now split. It doesn't make any sense. Naira should
Fall and die,
be
Uther dies.
Yeah, still, the Wander's on one side.
If you are gonna die, don't worry.
I don't
Anyways,
think I'm going to die.
I'll follow behind you.
Alright, Uther, let's go. I trust you implicitly.
How are you securing the ropes on this side? On either side.
Are you going to? Oh well, Lorium is going to just be sitting here with the immovable rod. Like I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, so you kind of wrapped it around and just activated it, kind of thing.
Yeah, he will actively just sit down, bracing his feet. No, like bracing his feet. Like if I start sliding, I'm gonna fucking get a good catch on myself.
Okay.
And we would say, give him some good, buddy. And he'll just give you a pat on the butt to get going, and then he'll just take a moment and start to doing acrobatics to get across this quickly.
Okay. And I do need an answer before you make your checks. How are you securing the rope on this side?
Naira with the immovable rod?
As the immovable rod, it is just...
Naira with the immovable rod? Okay. Please, somebody give me then a sleight of hand check to secure the rope to it.
I'll Guido whoever does that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that real quick. Okay.
Okay. You feel like you've gotten a pretty good knot on the end, so Wander, you may roll athletics or acrobatics with advantage, considering that you have the rope to assist you.
Captain tying knots.
And a 21 is sufficient with a 10-foot span to cross despite the howling wind pushing at you. You are able to use the rope to keep you on the straight and narrow and make your way across. Uther. 24 is also sufficient. And Naira, with mere minutes remaining on your bridge of force.
Honestly, boss, you could just have fun with this one. As long as you tie the rope around you.
Yeah, Naira's going to keep the rope tied to the immovable rod, but she's gonna click it off so she can move it around. Wrap the rope around her waist and start.
Start making her way across. Okay. Acrobatics with advantage. Please give me a dex save as a particularly powerful blast of wind hammers into you and threatens to pluck you from the bridge. You may also roll this one with advantage because of the rope around you. "17 is sufficient. You are able to kind of press on the immovable rod enough to keep you in place until the worst of the wind passes. Roll me another acrobatics check.
Okay.
Nice.
And very rapidly, you are able to make your way across the remainder of the gap and find yourself on the far side of the chasm, with the sheer wall of ice and rock rearing up ahead of you all. And while you consider your next steps, I will be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Now we must go vertically.
Mm-hmm.
He'll just turn and go, I'm just not the best at, climbing things and with all this nastiness, and I feel like you're kind of in a similar boat, Wander. And as such, it was just my thought.
And as you're talking about this, Nara's gonna loop her hand around Midnight's arm.
Mm-hmm.
And then push him off.
Just you'll hear in your head, Naira is like, "No, don't go for the leg kick and the push. The trick will be perfect."
A swish and flick.
And make his way kind of over here and see the overhang, and then be like, "Well, that's 203."
He's like, if we
I think
jump,
I could get Wander at least up some of these rungs.
Hold on, let me do a quick Pythagorean's theorem here.
I mean, the wind's not going to be so bad on the, far left side, right? Get a little bit of cover.
Hold on, from here. Let's say 45 and 250.
Well, from where Uther is to there, that's a total of 750 vertically.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I was looking at grabbing Wander, because this overhang right here, this guy. And so I was thinking I could probably get up, maybe, out of this wind coming this direction. And,
that is at the very limits of the spell's range. And
yes.
So I would say, there would be a check required, basically, to land safely.
Right. Well, what I'm saying to make sure that it would be in range is I'd be willing to try and climb up in this little bit of cover down here, 30 feet with Wander, and then grab him and go up. You know what I mean? So I'd have some wiggle room.
Okay. Casting while climbing would be, because Dimension Door does have somatic components, does it not?
does Warcaster help with that?
No, it's just verbal.
Oh, is it?
Never mind.
Then fair enough. Yeah, no, piece of cake.
Oh, nice. For my own reverence, does Warcaster help with that? Lets you cast spells even when you're holding a weapon or shield in one or both hands?
No, because you do still need to make the arm movement, just the shield or weapon doesn't interfere with that movement.
Fair.
Questions.
Yes.
Have I ever seen a giant eagle?
Yes. I mean, in fact, yes, definitely, because you've seen like the just in climbing, like as you've traveled through the Agranon peaks, through the foothills.
And Tristan turned into one.
Yeah, Tristan turned into one, and you have seen them yourself as you traveled through the foothills of the Agranon peaks. Several times as you traveled, you saw them in their high eyries above you.
How much can a giant eagle carry?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit, but you would also be aware that in wind this harsh, it would be potentially difficult or dangerous for a giant eagle to fly. Certainly possible, but potentially dangerous. But no, giant eagles can fly with like a crazy amount. It's like 600 pounds or something stupid.
And they're large creatures, so even more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I remember calculating it once when I was playing Lucian.
How many of you fucksticks could I carry if something went shit?
So that is their strength is 16. So, blah blah blah, lifting and carrying, blah blah blah.
Doubles for each size category above its medium.
Yeah, so you can if you carry weight 5 times your strength score. So I would say that like any flying creature is able to fly so long as it is not encumbered. So double the creature's flying. So you could carry 160 pounds, which is 10 times the giant eagle's strength score, without and fly basically normally, which still would be potentially dangerous in these conditions, but would be possible. And because you would be anything more than that, you would be at least partially encumbered, which would increase the DC of any rolls that you would need to make. And if you were completely unencumbered, so if you just turned one person into an eagle and they tried to fly up, that would obviously be the easiest possible DC, but there would still be a roll required to basically fly and land safely in blizzard conditions.
Lorem still has the ropes tied to him, just swishing about in the wind.
He looks majestic.
Like occasionally slapping one over the side.
Once we got across,
Shit, sorry.
Midnight will stay the Dorkage again and have it unknot itself, so it's a 60-foot length, and then he'll also pull out another 50-foot that he had.
Okay. So it's now 160, and if you were to tie that on as well, it would become 210.
Is this area over here, is this factual towards what I am seeing? Like it's a gradual slope?
I mean, gradual-ish in that it is 10 feet across on 200 feet vertically. So it's like, I mean, it's gradual in that it's a 1 in 10, not a, like, not in a 1 in 100, but...
But so if I do the funny thing where I have the ropes right here, because he's thinking like with this little alcove protect against a lot of the wind, if he's closer towards the wall. If I tried to do the little funny thing and take his time with both of the immovable rods, could he just climb that bitch?
I mean, as strong as Lorium is, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
While like feet are on the wall, just walking it up like a rock climber.
Yeah, like, because you have both immovable rods, like, you're essentially not having to find handholds or anything, and as strong as Lorium is, just, climbing what is essentially a ladder is basically effortless.
Oh, yeah. I'll just be like, hey, do we have any more rope?
We all got climbing kits, didn't we? We all have rope.
And each climbing kit, I believe, comes with 100 feet.
I think it's 50.
50? Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But either way,
That's
yes.
where my extra rope was from.
Can I get that other rod? I'm just gonna fucking climb against this wall over here. Anybody who wants to can just, spit on up.
Okay, somebody give me a sleight of hand check to tie the remainder of the ropes together.
Oh, Guido, whoever does it.
Reamer, you want to help me?
Sure.
You get this rope, I get this rope. Making all the square knots.
Woo! There it is.
Okay, yeah, you are able to form a very secure chain, and between the 5 of you plus the initial rope, you now have about, you do lose a few feet to the knotting, but I'd say you probably have about 275 feet of rope dangling from Lorium.
And I will also remind Lorium that the keyword for the hilarious rope is dorkage, and if you want it to, it can move itself and tie itself, but it moves like 10 foot around. So it's a little slow. But it can do that if you need it to.
Okay, noted.
Yeah. I'll put it in the...
I don't know, it's called the hilarious rope.
Yeah, he changed it for that. Because I think it was Tyler saying that's hilarious.
He got the funny rope.
Balloon will just be like, alright, gather around. If I fall, one of you will catch me, right? I'm kidding. I'll crush your fucking skull.
And Midnight will kind of look like Lorian looks like he might be set, and if I need to, I could follow him. Do we have an easier way to get anybody else up, or does it look like the ropes might be the best options?
Because
I might have a solution. How much do you weigh, Wander?
500 pounds.
Listen, we just need to get Wander up the first, 100 feet. Then I can jump him up to the next level.
One second.
Less
I
than
have
that.
received a question that I just double check.
And just for funsies, Uther, how much do you weigh?
Let me check my little inventory thing.
40.
I think I'd say like $180. He's like a middleweight.
Wander, you're the perfect weight for levitate, buddy.
Total I'm looking for is 680.
So I would say that in answer to your question, anything under heavily encumbered, you would be able to, you would be slow, but you would be able to utilize that ability.
Okay. So no, I would not be able to carry Wander.
So
Wander is the problem.
Yeah. You'd be able to go up to
climb.
280 pounds.
I can carry Uther, but not Wander.
Wander, don't worry, I can carry you.
Yeah, I don't think you can carry me.
I
You can't break those cuffs.
That's it. Cast something large on me. Do it.
I can start climbing.
I could, assuming you guys don't mind me doing this, I think I could cast Fly on Wander, get him to the top. Then when he is at the top, stop concentration on that and do the other thing. That gets me, Uther, and Wander up to the top. Right?
Mind you, I can quick step me and Wander up to the second floor, or for the third. We need to just go up a few feet.
If
Up
you
over
would,
like that.
if you would prefer to do that.
I think it'll probably be the easiest. What do you think? Are you okay with that, Wander?
Yes.
Because the rest of you are just much more capable of doing this.
Okay, don't say it like that.
Yeah. Wander flinches.
What? Congratulations, you're good at climbing shit. I have other ways around it.
Ooh. Weird question. You didn't happen to prepare enhance ability today, did you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I was like, doesn't the con one do your carrying capacity?
I think it's the You might be right.
It
I
might
have
be
no
the
idea.
strength.
Strength would make
Regardless, I
the
don't
most
have-
sense. But yeah, regardless.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
I think.
I'm gonna start
Well.
jumping. Lauren's just gonna start going up with all the rope.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, Lorium being the beast that he is, with two rods at his ability, like it's easy for him to just kind of brace his feet against crevices in the stone and just haul himself up hand over hand with the two immovable rods. No roll necessary. You get up to the next floor with, as I said, 275 feet of rope dangling behind you.
If you're gonna use magic to get up here, all you guys hear is.
I got you.
Midnight looks at Myra. What do you think he's saying?
Yeah, cast thaumaturgy.
Oh, there it is.
Do you?
No. I'm not trying to cause an avalanche. I'm not trying to cause an avalanche. I think even Lorium has
There's a
enough
lot of
sense
snow
to be
here,
like,
we
there's
climb
a
up."
lot of slope right here, and there's a lot of snow and ice over there. There's some icicles? That's funny. He will, however, take one of the immovable rods, have the say Dorkash to the rope around his waist while holding onto it, and have it like
sort of
clear
knock
out
itself around the thing.
clear out some of the rope on the some of the snow on the ground enough to get like solid surface. Hit the immovable rod against it and activate it, and then just have the rope tied to it.
Okay, you now have a very secure anchor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if Naira if she upcasts Fly and does herself, Wander, and Uther, we can get to the top, and then Lorium and Midnight have the best chance of getting to the top. No hassle. And that's assuming no one wants to help out further. Right.
I mean, yeah.
I don't think I can upcast Fly that much.
How high can you cast it?
Right now I only have till 4 because I used my 5th level spell to...
Okay. Then Uther just needs to get up to the second. So if you do... You're between you and Uther, you probably have the hardest time getting up, right?
No, I think we assume that you are going to have the hardest time getting up.
A 500-pound.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Between you and Uther,
Oh,
If it... I don't understand.
He's saying if you're already casting Fly on Wander, then you could just pick one other person between you and Uther.
I can, if we're gonna do that, I can cast Fly on both Uther and Wander, get them to the top, and I can get up. There, absolutely no doubt.
okay,
I
so
won't
we
even
can
have
do
to make a
that.
check. In fact, I could probably carry at this point. I could carry Midnight up.
Yeah, so we just do that then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
And
Worm's like,
and
are
William
you
is
ready to
completely
climb?
unaware of any of this because he's out of range of the earrings.
Yep.
And none of you,
Yeah.
and there's a blizzard going on.
He's just sitting there, like, sitting down, like, do. I really hope they remember to, like, wrap their foot around it so we're foothold. Every time you pull up.
But I'm going to upcast that, so I'm going to give me that back, and then I'm going to take it away from this one instead, and I'm going to touch you both and go all the way to the top, please.
Okay.
Ooh, oh no, that's more than 600 feet, isn't it? Never mind.
It most certainly is. Yeah, it's 750 total.
Yeah, but we can dash, so you know.
No, I was gonna
It
give
also lasts for
you.
10 minutes.
Yeah. So
No, I was gonna give you the horn so you could blow it for Naira, since only she would hear it, but it's too far, so she would know you landed.
See, we can just give it like 5 minutes and then she can drop it.
Yeah.
Take that risk.
Well, I can
Yeah,
also
I'll-
sense where Uther is.
Oh, true.
That's true. You do have an empathic connection.
Yeah, so I will know once he stopped moving.
Yeah, so we're chilling.
Okay, 750 up
so
in the air.
are-
Gonna drop it.
You and Uther both trying to fly.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. As you lift up off the ground, you do feel yourself being again buffeted and pulled at by the winds. What are like? How are you getting up there?
Basically using the wall as a crutch to like. You know how when you're like a kid, you could like lay on a skateboard and then like act like you're Spider-Man. That's pretty much what's happening right now.
Okay. That will provide you with some measure of cover from the worst of the wind buffeting at you. I will still say that will give you advantage on the roll, but I will still require a athletics or acrobatics just to kind of either just sort of push your way or twist your way through the wind as you fly.
Alright, I will roll athletics.
Yeah.
Can I Guido myself?
Rope climb flying.
You just grab the rope and just start levitating up, but you don't like let go of the rope at all, so you're just taking the other end with you.
And I just like, as he looks down, you just watch it as like I'm Terminator climbing this thing.
Fucking horrifying.
That is impressive.
It's like, oh my god, Uther, have you been working out?
Oh my god.
So Uther, go ahead and roll your acrobatics. I assume you'll be rolling.
Yes, do I get it with advantage because I'm using the rope to like climb, fly?
From the rope, from the wall, that like the fact that you're both being careful to stay in the lee of the thing and everything. Yes, you do have advantage.
Excellent. Oh, now the best step.
Thank God your fucking
so-
modifier so high.
With you both are able to fly, and as a consequence, both of you are able to make it up to top. But the wind buffets and smashes at you as you ascend, crashing you against the rocks on more than one occasion. Wander, as you climb, you take 3 points of bludgeoning damage. Uther, unfortunately for your part, you are pulled more violently by the wind and take 11 points of bludgeoning damage from being cracked against the rock face. But both of you are able with the help of your wife's magic, make your way to the final shelf of the cliff face.
You Terminator climb, and then you just keep Terminator climbing, nothing.
His form does not change.
Wait, that's
It's
really
just
impressive. Oh, you're a cheater.
Like, oh, I said to tell me if you were going to use some magic bullshit. Whatever. God damn it.
Peeks over the edge. You two won't betray me, will you?
What do
Well,
you think he's saying?
Exactly. What do you think he's saying? I love that image. Just a single tear freezes in the wind, falls the night, hits Midnight in the eye.
no.
He spit on me.
Midnight. I can do that again for us. And we can
I like
fly.
and where we don't have to roll anything.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to have to roll something, or you're going to have to roll to hold on, but the other option is less... it's one we're never going to have to talk about again. And you're going to have to promise me. Never again.
I trust you immensely, and we will never speak of this.
Just for my clarification and intelligence on this, do I think that the wind is going to cause problems for him?
No. Given basically that how he'd be able to hold on, and the fact that essentially he'd be able to use his climb speed to hold onto it. No, yeah, it wouldn't even make him roll to hold on there.
Okie dokie. I am.
He's watching.
You're initiating plan. Don't talk about it.
Why I'm initiating plan. Don't talk about it.
You want me to
I am
close my-
a giant spider.
I knew it. And
Oh,
hey,
God,
if it
jump scare Lorium.
No, he's
If it helps.
peeking over. He's watching.
He just watched all this go down.
if it helps without the ropes and stuff and the saddle that's still on the horse that we left, I only weigh like 79 pounds.
I like how you fail it.
How is that possible?
And so yeah, Lauren, you just watch.
Wait.
Oh, damn it. Fucking cheating motherfucker. I'll take the mover on and it'll just... I'm not wasting no fucking resources.
Oh, never mind.
He'll walk over here. Start doing the same
And,
shit.
Okay. Oh yeah, it lasts for an hour. More than enough time for you to very easily scuffle your way up. And I assume you immediately drop concentration.
Immediately. We will never discuss this.
Midnight will say, I think it'll be a great part of the story when you tell how Naira turned into a giant cat and climbed up the slopes.
Andrew, let me know if I have to roll.
No, yeah. You because you've got both of the immovable rods at your disposal, you kind of are able to, find relatively sheltered spots in the cliffs.
He's also
and
dragging
make your way up.
270 feet of rope.
Yeah, and after he's about 150 feet up this slope, you guys gradually just start to hear a steady string of curses over the earrings fading in.
What do you think he's saying?
Don't listen.
You hear the you hear the radio static of the snowstorm.
Fucking.
Hold on, I'm going through a tunnel.
he says with perfect clarity.
Yep, and then
While we waited, could we have taken a short rest?
would it have taken him an hour?
It wouldn't have taken him an hour. I mean, it would certainly have taken you a good few minutes.
If it took an hour, we probably should help him.
750 feet.
Right?
But yeah, like I said, Lorium is a goddamn behemoth. And with 2 immovable rods at his disposal, like, yeah, it's just, it probably took you maybe, like, what even would have taken the most skilled ordinary climber hours, probably a full day. Lorium is able to kind of just hand over hand in, maybe like 30 minutes, an hour.
He's still gonna, like, see them all at the top once he gets to the top and just, like, deactivate both movable rods and then just slam his face into the snow and scream.
And avalanche.
By the way, while we were waiting for however long, I have started copying another spell. I know I don't get very far, but I have started copying another spell.
Okie dokie.
You gotta take it while you get it.
Yeah, I would imagine you would start really focusing on spells and the like after being a spider.
Arthur, sweetie, I need you to prove you love me. I never need to know that I did that again.
I didn't know you liked
You
spiders
should
so
back
much
away,
now.
Wander.
Oh, you know how you feel about spiders is kind of how like I feel about sharks, and kind of vice versa.
Well, this is why I don't talk about sharks that much in front of you.
Okay, I'll keep it to a minimum.
We should find riders.
Why do you not like sharks? Because the only one Wander's met was Chill.
Because he thinks that they have soulless eyes.
Soulless monster.
Wait, didn't you meet a shark when you were, like, underwater before?
Yes.
It was very cool with him because it was just went, what the fuck is this? Oh. And decided there's no blood, there's no like, my ampullae aren't picking up any biological rhythm, so fuck it.
Nose booped and ran away.
Yeah. Spiders, however, we've killed a lot of those.
Scores.
Well, let's get in from out the cold into the tunnel.
I'm right here.
You move into the more sheltered confines of the narrow pass, top of the glacier cliffs, and congratulations, their threat lies behind you, and you are able to continue on with your ascent. Barely delayed.
We're not going to need to go down.
Yeah, we're not going to need a return.
The space bears will help us with that.
Yeah, they'll just drop us off. Like, they're space bears.
It's like we're on a field trip.
If I pray to you,
They legally have to get us back.
I'm hearing a magic school bus.
Not the freeze.
Michael, that'd be an interesting D&D character.
But you continue on. The going is still tough. The blizzard still howls around you. Wander's aura of warmth and comfort, providing some reprieve. And you have made it by going the direct route closer still to the destination of the Celestial Observatory, and you believe that you will arrive there, or arrive in the area, potentially as soon as tomorrow afternoon, if the next day you are able to make good progress again.
We're almost there.
And you are indeed almost there. And you know what? So, to end out the night, Naira, go ahead and give me one more cartography tools check. And because you have gotten above 20 and damn near 30 on all of your checks so far, go ahead and roll with advantage on this final one.
Guido.
With Guido.
It's like with gusto.
20.
But with 20. Okay. 20 is the DC to give your brother advantage, so Midnight, roll away with your survival.
Yeah.
30. Okay. And once again, though the harsh and jagged landscape stretches out away in all directions, Midnight, with Naira's unerring guidance and sense of direction, pointing you toward your destination, you are able to map the easiest possible route. That means the challenges you face are merely ones of exertion and exhaustion, not challenges like the Glacier Cliffs or other sheer rock faces that you must scale. And as noon passes, though it's hard to tell under the cover of the perpetual blizzard that swirls around the mountaintop of Solvitra, you believe that you are arriving in the region of the Celestial Observatory. And we shall see at the start of next week's session how easily you are able to find it.
Yay!
Just before the
falls out.
Just before it fades to black, it zooms in on Midnight and his eyes go wide and he's like, oh shit, one of those little fucking spiders got away. And then it ends.
That's the big bad. The real one.
They killed my family. I'll get them back.
Tiamat, do something about it!
Shit! Great voice.
It is when you hear it the first time.
Yep. Tyler hears it every day.
Yeah, you have no idea how many. You have no idea how many Kermit and Elmo screaming matches we've had.
I think you should have at least one more.
No,
Agreed.
I will give you both inspiration next session. A free extra inspiration next session if you have a screaming match as Kermit and Elmo right now.
Oh well, Cole. I think it's time we put aside our differences and just scream at each other really loud right now.
No, fuck you! I saw what you did to my sister, you
fucking
bitch!
fuck you, Elmo! What the fuck are you talking about? Come down to the fucking block. That's bad. Okay, Miss Piggy to stomp your ass.
I can't scream too much because May's staring at me with Killerton.
Stupid high pitched voice, huh? No one actually talks like you, Elmo. Shut up.
Shut your eye, bitch!
What the fuck did you just say to me?
Inspiration well earned.
How about you come to my side of the room, huh? How about you say it to my face?
Oh, fuck you!
He throws a knife.
Catches it with teeth. You got something to say? Go on. I'll say it with this.
Gat. Kermit pulls the gat.
Catches the bullet.
Oh shit!
The guy who would instantly go to the gat.
Let me see if I can find the image. Hold on. Oh, here we go.
That was beautiful.
Everybody loves Elmo. Nobody fucks with Elmo, bitch.
But plenty of people talk about that. When was the last time you heard someone say an Elmo reference? But how many times do you hear people talk about Kermit? It's all the time.
Hey, go ahead and sip your goddamn tea, motherfucker.
That's it. Come here. Me and Miss Piggy are gonna actually just flip you upside down and stomp on you.
Piggy was never yours.
What are you trying to say over there,
I'm trying to say there was train all that bacon.
This is all being recorded, by the way. I'm gonna end the stream now.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.